Welcome everyone to the 101st Cache Knowledge Seekers Workshop. It's Thursday, February 18th, 2016. And once again, we're ready to go with another show here with activities of the Cache Foundation. This is the agricultural blueprint teaching today. And we'll have a number of presentations from different agricultural aspects from around the world. And I think Mr. Kesh is ready to go, but we're going to play this video first of our One World, One Race plan video, and then we'll have a word from Mr. Kesh after that. Okay, here we go.
You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils, double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Okay, that's such a lovely video. I think we're ready for Mr. Kesh now. Mr. Kesh, are you ready to speak? I think we're going to show a promotional video as well after that.
Yes, so good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever you are, whenever you listen to these knowledge seekers programs, as we open the blueprint for the energy, we open the blueprint for health. Today we try to open a blueprint, in a way most of it you know, for health, agriculture and decontamination. And in the coming time we announce the final phase of the blueprint. And that'll be the spaceship program for lift and takeoff. We started the beginning, the first blueprint on the 16th of November, or 26th of November, on the back of giving the technology to the governments. And we did most of the presentation. The second presentation, which was the health, was done partially between the foundation and members of the Keshe Foundations around the world. Today, we'll see the members of the Keshe Foundation around the world will show most of the agriculture and the contamination, and we add to it. And when we show the lift, you will see a full structure of the spaceship. You will develop the full lift. Then it'll be done by the people, not by the foundation. We will announce the date of it. I'll guide the teams who are working in the background in that direction to be ready for the final show. We do not disclose the time and the place, but it'll be shown when we decide it. But that'll be the blueprint. Then we show you how to build it, that you all can do it. So today's teaching is on the international basis of the blueprint or decontamination. We'll see some of the results which has come from different part of the world for decontamination and agriculture, and then we'll answer some questions. The most important thing at the moment around the foundation is one, as they say, why we come to Dubai and all the rumors which started in the background as we escaped from Italy, and it was mentioned in the interview I gave to Kerry Cassidy this morning. We haven't escaped from Italy. We have a fantastic time in Italy. We're still based in Italy. We are opening another base in Middle East. Dubai will be the base of Middle East as Italy is the base for Europe. So those who talk about these things are those who are well paid to do these things to distract. And in that level, we do not really consider these people because they want to buy another villa upper floor, maybe on the 15th floor of the same building. So they have to do their job. And in so many ways, we are here to serve humanity through human race. Not here to be and to space time with whatever goes on around with the people who serve themselves and their pockets. Today's most important project for us is Dubai, to make Dubai the city of the spaceship city, to make the city of peace, and to make it the seat of the new structure of the governance of the Keshe Foundation, what we call universal community. In the Dubai conference, we ask you to bring as much technologies you developed around using the same technology with you. And we give you the facility to show it, to demonstrate it. And then we elect the next generation of what we call the rulers of, or the board, who will decide how the foundation has to go after my passing. This way, by that time, we set up the scene and open the door to the community, universal community, for all aspects of the technology. I cannot take the man into space if the man becomes a slave to the universal community. My job is to make sure the man comes equal, and you are only equal when you have all the knowledge. So all of us in different ways are developing different part of the technology, and the knowledge is across what we call the one planet community, that we are not nations that we have to fight who's controlling what. We control everything together and we teach everything together. This is one of the prerequisites to becoming part of the universal community, that we are one. So what you've seen, I've taken me time to teach you and to bring you to the point that every one of you start teaching and developing. Each one of you brings different flavor and different way to do the same thing or add to the knowledge to do something else. I was told that I steal technology. How can I steal a technology when I've given it to you freely? I guide you and I promote you, and in promoting you, do not get carried away that you are anything but a person who received the knowledge and sharing knowledge. We have seen some people who, using the knowledge and the ground we've given them to be teaching, they misguided themselves to become the leaders, and everything else is wrong with everybody else. We have no objection, we know these things will come, but it shows the weakness in the intellect of the man. So we will see in time to time people come and then they claim everything is wrong. It's okay if you're added to knowledge, but if you're wrong, we make sure your knowledge does not get dispersed to harm the others or do anything wrong, which we've seen in a couple of cases. In so many ways, the Dubai conference is to bring you together to teach each other, and at the same time share the knowledge which cannot be shared on the net, build the trust as one race with each other, reunion for the whole of the human race, that we start building a trusted world. In trust, then we can build the next step. And in that, we promote the peace conference. We have said, and it's been declared, because we are negotiating on a day-to-day basis for accommodation around the conference. It moves in one slow way, the other way fast way. One of the things which has been the main concern for people has been how they get the tickets, if they can get a ticket or name the visa. We have brought in a partner travel agents organization, well known in Dubai, that can accommodate your tickets the cheapest possible and accommodate your visas. They handle everything. Go to them, you'll go on the website, it says the partner travel agent. And they will look after you in every sense you need, the transport from the airport to the hotels and everything else. So we take that part of the equation out of your problem, that is not your problem. Once you make the booking, which you can come back, if you can get a cheaper ticket, you're quite welcome, but if we can organize it for you and the visa, everything is in there that we've done. So we're trying to accommodate as much as possible. After the first 500 tickets, we will increase, we have the option to increase. If we can keep it, we will. We increase the prices to 750 to meet the changes in the structure of the payments to hotels, as we are in a position of the very expensive hotels. And everything, there's a confusion. If you want to stay extra, you can stay another 5 or 7 days extra. It's €175 per night, not including the breakfast. And you can stay in the same hotel and have the facilities of the whole park of the hotel, which is international well known. Try to sort out these things that there is no confusion. When you join us with the payment for your food, it covers your breakfast and then what they call a hot pot with the lunch and the tea breaks. That is for under €150 for 2 days. If you are in Dubai or part of the United Arab Emirates, or you have family who come here, you don't want to stay in a hotel, they're joining the fee for a day is €250, because the people who stay in the hotel, they don't pay that fee because it's covered as part of the hotel expenses. In so many ways, we are ready to change the humanity, and it's us who's got to do it. You don't need to be a member of the Keshe Foundation. You can come, feel and taste the sense of unity, and then join the Space University and the university community as you feel, and become part of the new generation of the free man, not only on this planet, but in space. 21st, 22nd of April will be a part of the change in the course of humanity. Some of you will attend, and in generations to come, they say, I was there when it was established. Very much the way we remember different things where we were when it happened. Come in, be part of it, and you never know when you are here, if your soul brought you here or it was your decision to become a member of the council. We were not electing. will be guided. It's the new way, and it's the way it's done in space. There is no bribery and there is nobody who will be promoted. You will know how devoted you are, and you find yourself with yourself if you can and you be a member on the World Executive Power. Then we allow you to choose for us, because we give you our full trust. We have a video made for this, which should be ready. It's been the team we're working in the background in US and Canada to get it done, and I was told it was just finished yesterday or last night. Would you like to play the promotion video for this, please? It's not coming up. Yeah.
Yep, we hear it and see
You're
it.
invited to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the Council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The first 500 packages sold will cost €500. All thereafter, €750, which includes 1 seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in Dubai's prestigious 5-star Alanis Palm Hotel, 2 persons per room. Breakfast on the days of the conference are also included. 2 tea breaks and 1 lunch per day will cost an additional €75 per day. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
Thank you very much for all the people who work in the background to put this together. It is very nice to see that we can change the situation, and we can, as one nation, change and decide for our planet. In so many ways, as we say in English, the ball is in our court. We can't blame nobody. Human race has never had such opportunity, as I said in my talks, to have the financial position to be independent, that they can decide their own future. The foundation financing all these things in the background without any help from any government or organization that they can be tempted that we support it. We are doing it ourselves. We are doing it through our own strength by what we produce, what we sell as Keshe Foundation products like the health pads, the pen, which are released tomorrow, and by the power units and by the books, and if we receive donations. Strange enough is that hardly anyone makes any donation, and it shows how solid the foundation is. All of you come and take the knowledge and you see it, as it was said by somebody. Everybody expects everything free from the foundation. Which organization works like this? And they want everything, and if you don't do it, there's something wrong with us. So now you understand how much is wrong with you. How many of you have made the pen and relieved the pain? How many of you have helped yourself with the systems and build the stackers and save energy, and you have not contributed anything where the knowledge came from? We don't ask you, because from now on, every soul stands a judge to himself. And a lot of you making a lot of effort, putting these units out in public, giving it away. Especially I know today while we were speaking, the Keshe Foundation team in Holland is giving units, pens and pads freely to people in public, teaching them what to do. I thank you, the Dutch group, the Dutch Keshe Foundation. We are based in your country, you started from your country. And in so many ways, it's your Keshe Foundation more than anybody else. In so many ways, we have to take the step to change the course. And in so many ways, we have to take and be there to change the course. We do not stand still in what we do, how we help, and what our help will come. So try to teach to as many as you can. We see teachings going around the world on a daily basis. We have become one of the most powerful, independent, scientific organizations in the world, because it's us, it's millions of us. Nobody can stop us, nobody can patent our technology, because we give it freely, it's already patented in the soul of the man. I was talking to Lisa, I said some Chinese have developed something, but they want to commercialize it and they are very slow to come out. I said the minute they commercialize it, they come out, then it'll be part of the Keshe Foundation, so they receive the benefit of it by themselves. Please make sure, all of you who are making things to give away as charity, whatever, do not use the logo of the Keshe Foundation, SSI, Spaceship Institute, unless you receive authorization as a manufacturer from us. Because you make the pen and you give it freely, if anything happens to people, then you can cause yourself a lot of problem. When we give the copyrights, when we give this license to use the SSI, we give license on your behalf to protect you. We don't ask for any money. But like the Keshe Foundation SSI, the pads and the pens have received CE certification, which means we can go more or less everywhere with it, within the EU and worldwide. This is a certificate we have. If it's acceptable to your government, we make order. If it's not, it's your responsibility. We just ship it for you to make sure it's within the legal limits. I know a lot of people say manufacturers are responsible, but we are responsible to sell, and the condition is there. If you want to import in your country, please get your certificate confirmed. We pass standards, we put things to the application of the standards, and we try to comply with the international law. But if you are spending money so much to go everywhere, to do everything, all the 180 nations, we never get to produce anything. So we have got, all our products have the CE certification. It's your responsibility to make sure the product coming to your country is according to legislation of your nation when you order it. Or you accept it with your own responsibility. This is the way we are, and we go very clearly about it. On the sale of the Keshe Foundation site, we put this on. These are goods certified, because it's at the moment it's made in Europe. They have a CE certification. It's your responsibility to see if it fits your condition of your country and the licensing, and we put everything on. For those of you physicians in EU, we have a certificate as an alternative medicine in Belgium, which applies to most of the Europe automatically. So we can give you the certificate that these systems can be used. We teach you how to use it for your patients. We come to a very important point, and then we start a blueprint day. I have received a number of calls, and I see a lot of communications across the internet and to me directly. Please do not promote people to move because of the earthquake in or around the world. It's my responsibility to do as I see, because those of you who call me because you talk about it, it'll happen, it shows you have not even understood the work of the physicality of the plasma of the earth, and you stand responsible for the souls of those who you will cause the death of. Those of you who don't understand and go and say you are talking about it and it's happening, it means you haven't even understood. Volcanic eruptions, earthquake has happened for millions of years, the way this planet works. But we see a huge one on a scientific basis to happen, to take place, and it's our job to do, to save lives. And those of you who write to us that I'm going to go public, that you're a fake and the rest because you don't stop promoting, it means any death caused because of any of the volcanic eruptions and the earthquakes which is pending, you are responsible for the soul of the people you have murdered. So we finish with this discussion and we carry on with the way it should be, and it has to be done. It's the responsibility of us as scientists, which understand the work of the, not only the planet, but structure of the pressure on this planet. One, because of the motion of the magma underneath. Secondly, because of the change of the season and the pressure on the southern hemisphere at this time. And thirdly, because of the approach of the, what we call the second star, which is a twin star of the Earth, which creates certain pressures of its own, which increases the pressure at this time on the southern hemisphere. And fourthly, because of the position of our solar system with its twin sister in the funnel of the wings of the galaxy, there is a possibility, not tomorrow, next week, not maybe the next few months, but in the next couple of months or next year or so, the pressures will crack or separate the thin layer of the continent of South America away at the point of Panama and floating on the magma. This is the reality. So those of say we're taking it out and it will not happen, we are from the center of the earth, please sir, if you are from the center of the earth and what you call the enlightened or the lightened one, whatever, please tell us what's happening inside in the center, and plus tell us how you are going to stop this. They call themselves the light workers. You are the darker forces ever existed because you don't work for the benefit of humanity. If you see a child running under a car, do you stand there and say the light will move you, or you move to move the child that the child doesn't get hurt? Human race is the child of the Creator and they'll be protected. So you can talk whatever you like, but those of you who come with these lines of whatever you are and you're going to expose, we fed you, we taught you, and now because you taught a few things, now you thought you know everything. It shows the lack of understanding and shallowness of the depth of intellect. So please move from California, from west coast of United States continent. My warning cannot be any stronger. We have seen it, now the pattern is getting stronger, and there is a huge possibility of, in a coming time, of movement of the continental plate, because everything is ready for it. And once that goes, and the pressure from on the southern hemisphere due to upcoming after 21st of February till around 20th, 18th of April is the switch time. If we see the approach of the second sun, which will put pressure on the southern hemisphere, is like a piece of metal. You keep on twisting it till at its weakest point you separate. We are in that position. Understand the physiology of it. The earth pressure on the southern hemisphere pushes now on the southern continent, which sits on the American continent. The magma is working anti-clockwise, so it's pulling it towards the African and Southern European section. That's why we said you will see earthquake in Southern Europe and in Northern Africa. We've seen it in Gibraltar, we've seen it in Argentina. It's following the same pattern. It's a combined forces which is creating this. I would like the people, the enlightened, what they call the light workers, please go underneath of this surface and hold it back if you can stand the heat of the magma. Wishes does not change the reality of the work of the nature. You stand in front of the fire in the bush and just blow at it and wish that it will go away. You get burned in it if the blow is in your direction. And those of you who say we created and it can be done, you moved it, please go back to 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, when man had no understanding of the science and sacrificed a virgin girl that the earthquake will stop. This is what was the tradition. We are going back to that dimension again with these people, because they thought the virgin body will stop the earthquake. And now we know, we laugh at it, the same thing is coming up again. So please move. Move in the orderly manner out of the west of American continent. Central continent will get pressurized through the same, and consequently the pressure will go into the north, and consequently it will come down in a lot of places. It just happened to be our time. the way it happened with the time of dinosaurs when the meteorite came, when the second star approached the Earth and pushed all the meteorite towards the center. Now we are in the same position. And in a way, why American continent is in that position, look and see the structure. Look and then you understand why. There is a weak point, it's come to the point of, it's like a chewing gum when you pull it, and then at the weak point, it just snaps. The weak point between the two continents which can take the pressure is as Panama Point. And this is what we see it, and this is what we have, and we have discussed to be. The position is relevant, and the backlash of these things will show itself in Philippines and other parts of the world in what we call the East Asia. How far and how fast it'll go, we don't know. The two things which has happened in past 20 or 24 hours, that's two days, 3 days. We have seen what is being the eruption or the beginning of the earthquake, which is opening up to a volcanic area within the California. And these, whenever happen, some of them have been dormant for 15,000 years. When this happens, always has followed with a heavy shift of the continental plates. And this is time when the southern continent splits, the shift will come, the powers will be much more powerful. Whenever Earth, what we call the volcanic eruptions, has happened in this part, according to the scientific data, within days and weeks, we have seen huge earthquakes in this level of the ocean level. And this has happened in past 24 hours. This is a clear warning. Go on the internet and look at the double volcanic earthquakes and the one before in the same area. Whenever it has happened at this level, the continent has started moving. It's where the magma can open up to release the pressure that the place can move. It's like a pressure cooker. Now it's opening up. So please assess yourself and consider yourself in which part of the world you are in danger or can be possibility of the danger. As you know, as I've said in the talk of Tuesday, and I especially mentioned it today, your government, His Excellency President Obama, for American nation, has put in order, after our talk in the 2nd of February, an executive order for the earthquake committee or group that will start looking at the earthquakes. This committee has to start acting. You don't have much time. This is very clear warning. This is the last time we make such a warning. It's the responsibility of governments to look after the people. It is the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation members to be ready in the time of accident. We have seen what we were waiting for to take place, and it has taken place. Now the clock is ticking. Those of us who accuse us of scaring, you have to live with yourself. Why did I do this? When the warning came and I did not let people sleep, I changed the mind of one person to move because I thought I know. In fact, you are responsible for those who you change their mind because of your ignorance, and then you're responsible for their souls. I stand clear with my soul and what I know and what I'm here for. My responsibility as a scientist, as who I am, is to protect the children of the man. And we see problem. We are very clear about it. We don't care what people say just because they ate from our cup and they poisoned their own cup with it. My warning goes very clearly. Please start moving out of the west coast of United States, Chile, North Canada. We see waves up to 200 to 300 meters high in the long distance ships. I cannot be any clearer, and after today I go silent with it because I finished in and I explain scientifically to you what is the reason. The movement, you might call it a disaster, you might call it volcanic eruption, you might call it whatever, is imminent. Next few days, next few weeks, next few months. All depends on the pressures, and if all the pressures coincidentally come together, it'll be a huge catastrophe. We are safe in the city of Dubai. I am safe. I should not care about whatever happened to the humanity and the rest of it, but I do care. It's my responsibility. It's under my time, my watch. All as your light workers, please get on the ground and lift the earth just about 22 centimeters, that it doesn't snap with the pressures of the change of the season, and then we see if you are light workers. You are light liars, and you have found yourself a name to be working with. So I'm very clear, and it's the last warning we give you. I hope in the next sessions you still be with us, and in the sessions to come. And if you are not, and if anything happens, the Keshe Foundation is there to support you. The disaster of the movement of the 2 continents is imminent. Now, we go on how we can feed ourselves and look after ourselves in different dimensions in the space. Do not write to me and ask when it's going to happen, you are this, you are that. We made our point, we will not discuss it till the summertime. But make sure you understand the physiology of it, keep your eyes on it, because when it comes very, very rapidly. Because now the continental pressure on the southern core will push the American continent, once it goes loose, down, and all the volcanoes will pop like nothing. You can see the executive order on the 2nd of December when we made the original warning. The warning is absolutely in a critical point. And we've seen other scientists after our announcements are coming up with more proof of different places that can happen. And even the White House is not safe. Now, we go to the blueprint. Before we go, if there are any questions, because when we go in the blueprint, we will not come out of it till the end of the session today. Are there any other questions you want me to answer before I start?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I'm from the Midwest in the United States, and I wanted to try to talk to people about getting out of California, but it's Midwest. They said there's a fault line or something that may also hit the Midwest. I hadn't heard much about that. I just wondered.
This is a report by the American scientists on the back of the presidential executive order that they are trying to assess, and what they see in different parts of the United States and different parts of the world, what might happen. We have seen increase in volcanic activities on the coastline of the west of the United States continent, and on the other end, which takes the pressure. We predict earthquakes in Tehran and Damavand zone as well, because it's a connection underneath which pushes it up. And it's due to, with this pressure is so high that Damavand can go, and we see the earthquakes in Tehran too, simultaneous or around the same time, depends what the pressure is. You got to understand, if the southern continent, American continent, goes down by another 5 centimeters, if it drops in the motion, it doesn't drop because it's free, it tries to find its own balance. Up to now, the northern continent and the Pangaea has kept it floating. It's like you're on a what do you call it, jet ski, and with a rope to a man who's skiing. That rope has been the point of the continental position in Panama. And now, with that opening up, is on its own. Now he has to find its own balance. It's like when you drop a ball in the water, in the pool, it goes up and down to find its balance. If its weight releases pressure more than it is on the continental magma, then we'll see the popping up like nothing. All the volcanic layers will pop up like popcorn, because it's the law of physics. When you drop something on a liquid, it has to create its buoyancy where it's going to stand, and it creates waves, and those waves will pop a lot of volcanoes. That's why we see a lot of volcanic activities at the moment, because at the point of Panama, the continent is made loose. The Chilean earthquake we saw a few months ago, when we announced it, the huge one, has shown the release of it. It was just like a pin holding it. Now the continent becomes free. It has to find over the next decade its balance, its buoyancy. And as it goes up and down the next 20 years to find, it will start popping. When it goes lower, it pops all the volcanic situations which have not worked for years. This is how it works. People, when this happens, you have two choices. If the continental plate is within the water, what happened in Fukushima, we see a huge tsunami hitting. If we see another one like what happened in Jakarta in 2005, we see the same. There is a possibility that the earthquake and volcanic eruptions and movement of this continents comes together because one triggers the other, then we do not know. We put the estimate in the region of anything up to 200 to 300 million. I see every day, I monitor the movement on a daily basis. And this is I don't predict anymore. I tell you what is going to happen. It's not a prediction anymore. We have finished with prediction. The movement will happen. It depends if the pressure from our twin star adds its force on the southern continent of America, then we'll have a deeper pressure. We add another 10 or 15 centimeters of depression into the magma, and Earth and this planet is a contained matter for its plasma. Well, you've done the physics. When you approach something somewhere, it has to come up in the liquid somewhere else. And the liquid magma will come through the volcanic eruptions. We even see now in past 48 hours, with a movement, Etna might go up to. Very possibility, high possibility.
Mr. Kesh, there's a question from Thomas Hedrick, who would like to ask you about the second star. Would that be okay to ask that question now?
Yes. It's our twin star, it's not the second star. I explained that. Please go back today and listen to Camelot. I just about an hour ago, so I gave an interview for a couple of hours to Kerry Cassidy on Camelot. I give another interview later on tonight, tomorrow, to Mike Harris. And then there is another one to emphasize. We are heavily loading the American section to understand. We are on the verge of a huge movement of continental plates. It happened to be our time. If we didn't have internet, if we didn't have the community, we still would have had it. If we all sit and pray on the ground and move all the fields to us and somewhere in the space, if we were so good, why don't we fly out if you're so good? So this is going to happen. This is eventuality of the separation of the continent.
Okay, Thomas, can you, I'll unmute your microphone, see if you can speak there. Hello?
My name is Takesh. This is Thomas
Yes.
from Vienna.
Yes.
About this sometimes you referred about this as a second star or second sun or something. Is this the same object or planet are you referring to?
Yes.
So is
It's
it
approaching, and it creates pressure on the platform of the continent on the southern. Actually, if you understand, you should be able to predict the direction of the incoming second sun.
because I had two, let's say I had one vision one day when I was walking at the fields, and I saw a black star next to the sun on the left side. It wasn't as big as the sun, but it was black, not really black. The light was bending around it. So this was the first thing I wanted to tell. And the second one is, I was researching the history of Babylon and the Sumerian gods and made really big drawings on my whiteboard. And Nibiru itself, it's just a star constellation of the star of Ea and Enlil. And I didn't get it yet completely, but there is something written in this text, which is like a pronouncement. And it's written that this star will take the middle between Mars and Jupiter, maybe. I'm not sure about all the planets exactly, but there's something up to this. So maybe you have more information or can share your thoughts on this.
You see, the way we see it, the approach of the second sun. Let me explain the people who understand the reality of the second sun. Our sun, our solar system, it just didn't appear out of nowhere in this galaxy. The usual process is the same in a small and a bigger dimension. So what has happened? The way you get a neutron, which splits into a smaller and bigger part, becomes electron and proton, but it gives its integrity, that they are still separately working for themselves, but they rotate around each other to keep each other in balance. The same thing has happened to our solar system. Our solar system is electron or a proton of the same division of a bigger star somewhere in the past. It doesn't create it on its own out of nowhere. And it has, the way it has lasted so many billions of years as we see it, is because it's got a twin star which absorbs all its energy, which it releases into its atmosphere, and it absorbs what energy that twin star sends, exactly like electron proton. Finding single individual entities in the universe is very rare, and we are not one of them, because we are in part of a galaxy system, and the galaxy means collection. So we have a twin sister, or we have twin with something else. This twin star of ours approaches like anyway, the way in the electronic system we call it the bandwidth of the electron. So it moves within that bandwidth and rotates around each other. This takes something like 26 million years sometimes, this rotation, that they come very close. And every time, this, I explained this way this morning, every time it comes close, they put pressure on each other. And now, what we see, and the way I see that the American South continent is moving, it gives me a very clear indication. The star is sitting in respect to where the South American continent moves or facing, and we can roughly predict the approach line of the second star through this division. Because it's moving, it's pressurizing so much, it's snapping. Most of the separations of like Australia and the rest has happened this way. With the movement of, you have a floating magma and you have a piece which is connected with the littlest piece. Every piece which is cut open like this has been hit by the meteorite or whatever, which is isolated, and then the isolation has allowed it to be separated by the movement of the magma and the pressures of the magnetic field. It's just like you get a piece of paper and you keep on twisting it, or get a piece of metal, you keep on twisting it up and down till it snaps. This is what's going to happen to the continent at this point. And this is what we see is coincidentally a lot of things are coming to be at the same time. So not only by looking at this southern continental movement, we most probably can see, if it happens radically, where the second sun is coming from. We got to look where the Earth in that position has been and which way the pressure is coming. So if you look, I can go on my camera, I can share a camera. We got a camera understanding. I'll show you exactly what is about to happen. And then you will most probably, can you allow me to share a camera? Because I don't need much. I cannot open my camera, Rick. Okay. You need to share. Okay. Let me show you what it is. This is what's going to happen in the continent. The pressure comes, and at the moment we are sitting on the magma. The continent has been narrowed, if I can show it. So we are in this point. Now the pressure on the magma, all is going to do like this, and then separation. The pressure is coming from the continental side, on the southern continent. It does not show the beginning of it. Way I announced in the early, before autumn, the pressure was on the northern hemisphere, which carries most of the Pange. The continent solid state could take it. But now we change of season, we are on the southern continent. This cannot take, and literally what we see is, for example, this is the pin where what we call the Panama Point. And now it's getting darkness, and now the pressure, and if the continental and the universal pressure on the second sun comes, it just snaps. What it does, the other end pushes down, with pushing down, pushes the magmas right across. And this is what we see, because the pressure is pushing new magmas to come out. So this side, the pressure is too high. It scientifically can be defined. We have no say in it. It's part of the process of our development of this planet. And this planet is a living thing. And it moves the way we do. And so we have this problem. Do not, under no circumstances, think because we thought about it, it came. Please, if it's the way of thinking and you're teaching our light workers, don't forget what they used to do, light workers. Virgin girls were sacrificed in hundreds to stop the disasters. I hope you're not in that region. Now it's a criminal offense. It's our responsibility to protect, and we work on it, and we explain it. And if you go on it, the volcanic section of the continental American continent is becoming active because the pressure is coming at the end of the Southern America, the continental south. So it's pushing the rest up. Is very much, as I always explain, it's like a ball. You squeeze it, it has to show something somewhere. It comes out of somewhere else. Is a mass volume. The volume of it is fixed. You pressurize it, it has to show, it has to move. No way sitting and praying. Please sit down and pray. See if you can take the pressure, and then you will see how many lives you have to answer to. It's our responsibility. We take it seriously, and I again advise Your Excellency President Obama, you're a listener to this program, as we know. We welcome you as usual. Please make provisions for your nation. My call goes again to the state of Japan. The nation of Japan, with the backlash of the, what they call tsunami, will be wiped out. The biggest concern is the nuclear reactors, which is totally separate. In this teaching today, we try to teach you how to decontaminate radioactive, as we did on Tuesday. And after today, we'll try not to speak about it, because I hope we are still together next time. And I hope we'll be together for a long time. But it's our job to protect. And it's our job to explain. It's you who have to make the decision. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, just wanted to share just one last story about the stuff I found out, if it's okay.
Yes.
All I could find in all of these books and all of these histories, that it has happened many times in the past, and all religions, it's written in all these books. And about this, there are the Igigu who were working for the Anunnaki a long time ago, and it was, let's say, ordered by a goddess council of 50 people, the Anuna. But in the end, the Igigu rebelled or something against the Anuna, and they made another agreement so they can work and live with them side by side. So there are always this story where men, or call it differently, but part of them is God, that they grew up to this universal community and resident side by side with their creators or something. So the story ends good all the time. But there is the flood, and there is this movement and all of these shifts coming, but in the end they get close to each other again.
Thank you very much. Are there any other question?
Yeah, there's a question about the ways to pay for the April 21st conference. Tim says that his community bank does not allow international wire transfers, and is there any other alternate way to send the 500 euros?
It's 650 euro, including your food. We don't know. Depends what organizations allow. I don't know why they come into banks. Don't know. We receive payments from all over the world.
Right. He
Ask
says
somebody
that
else who's got a different account in another bank and pay them to pay for you.
right. That's what I would suggest too. He mentions that you have to have an account with them for a minimum of 1 year. So he just has to find someone that's a friend that has an account for 1 year, I guess, and pay that way.
There's no problem. We see a lot of banks due to whatever reasons. At the moment, a lot of banks, they tell you there is a problem with the other banks, they can't do it because in fact the World Bank has put restrictions on the bank itself to move because they're financially unstable. We see that a lot in Italy. In Italy, a large number of banks are in disaster condition, bankruptcy, or just been floating with the back of the government. Any money going into them or out of them closed monitored very much by the government. And we even seen the transfers had to be authorized by the central bank. If the bank can receive the money, that the client receives it and doesn't disappear in the account of the bank bankruptcy.
I see there's two people that have mentioned in the chat that transferwise.com can be used to, instead of the bank, to make transfers and at a good rate as well. So that's transferwise, all one word, .com. I guess that'll help people if they get in trouble that way.
Yeah, but try what we say, Dubai is a safe place. And it's part of the equation of movement for the time we are here till everything settles that we can move out regarding the movement of the earth. Till we don't see settlement, we will not move because we are here to be there when it happens, to be able to support. But strange enough, if this movement happens, as I said, a lot of northwestern countries in Europe like Belgium, Holland, especially England, will see the flooding we've seen a few years ago, decades ago, because there is a problem in that Strait of England. When the pressure comes on two sides, the English channels push the pressure back on the Thames River and into Holland. All the dikes will pop up. Yes, it'll be the same repetition. Even with the wall in the Thames will not be able to hold the rise.
Okay, I think we could probably go on, Mr. Kesh. Tim asked, will the blueprints of the health unit be released today like the MAGRAV was? I guess
yes, as we're going, as people show, it becomes a blueprint. This is how we organized it. As people show their system, this is how it's going to be. The blueprint is your development on the health. You have tested it with the people, you have developed it. So your agriculture, the same. You show us. I think, do we see Benjamin? Is he online? Has he managed to join us?
Mr. Kesh, may I ask a question?
No, let us get Benjamin because there's a weak points in the communication with Africa. If we have him, we'll better do the start of the teaching of the blueprint with the agriculture. We'll come to you. Please keep your position. We'll come to you when we finish. Benjamin, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Yeah, I can hear you.
It's nice to hear your gorgeous voice. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Tell us what you've done and what you're going to show us.
Okay. We have something to show on agriculture, water treatment, and then something that I have done with the mushrooms, and then an aquarium tank that is under observation. So we have mainly 3 things to show today. So I will share my screen with.
If you don't lose the bandwidth, I know you send your documents to Vince. Rick has them. If you want, we show it from here. Tell us what you send us. We put up that it doesn't put pressure on your bandwidth.
Okay, but it's okay. I think we have a nice bandwidth here.
Okay,
so
carry on.
We can. Okay.
Is Dr. Nana from the Space Institute Ghana with you?
Yeah, Dr. Nana is sitting right here with me.
Good morning, Dr. Nana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Kesh, good morning. Yeah.
Nice to speak to you.
Okay.
Yeah, nice to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully meet soon in Ghana.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Kesh, Dr. Nana has managed to. Okay, okay. I should go. Okay, there's a publication on the Kesh Foundation in one of the monthly magazines here called Ghana, and Ghanaian scientists should use plasma technology for national development. That was an article that have been written by Dr. Nana, and she is telling the world about our technology, the Kesh Foundation technology. I think I need to share my camera so that I can show it or start camera sharing.
Yes, we can see your. Please make sure you don't show us your page that doesn't show the programs.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay now. He wants to show us the magazine.
The magazine. So we have a magazine called Ghana, and then there's an article written by Dr. Nana.
It's too close. Too close.
Too close, okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, see the power unit and the CO2
power
unit.
unit, and then the plasma, and then Ghanaian scientists should use plasma technology for national development. That is an article in.
As I said, according to the report, most of the first world nations will be behind. They become a third world nation in what you achieve in African nations. Thank you very much. We can see it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me explain. Benjamin is embedded in the Ghana Spaceship Institute in the final agreements which is getting signed, and the Keshe Foundation and the Spaceship Institute in Ghana's university and Atomic Energy Group will become part of the Development Research Center for Africa. We are financing the whole progress, and it's part of what you donate by buying tools from Keshe Foundation. Carry on, show us, please.
Okay, so I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, as we can see the
Okay.
full page with the mushrooms.
With mushroom. So we have on the screen now Keshe Foundation Agriculture present water treatment results experiment. And as you know, we are being hosted inside the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. So that is what we are doing now. Okay. Okay. So I'll tell you a little bit about the geography of Ghana before we get into what we have to say, because then we can build it from there on. Okay. So this is the geography of Ghana. We have a total land area. The space, including water bodies, is approximately 293,460 kilometers square. And Ghana lies within the geographical coordinates of latitude 8 degrees and longitude 2 degrees west. And Ghana is a small nation, but we are blessed with a lot of mineral resources, which include gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, silver, salt, limestone, and then hydropower, and also timber, rubber, and then lastly, we recently hit crude oil, so they are mining the crude oil also. And as you can see on the map, on the western side of Ghana, we share boundaries with Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire. And then on the northern side, we share boundary with Burkina Faso. And on the eastern side is Togo. And then we share boundary with the sea, that is the Gulf of Guinea or the Atlantic Ocean. So that is how Ghana is strategically or on the map on the African continent. That's where we are positioned. Okay. So we have a lot of river bodies in Ghana, as you can see on the map. This was taken from a map of the world with all thanks to their thank for using their resources. All the rivers you see, mostly from starting from the Tain and Pra. Some of the spellings are wrong, but PR is not Pru, it's Pra. And then from that side to the Atlantic Ocean, most of the rivers are polluted, are polluted with because of mining, gold mining, and people are looking for alluvial gold. Alluvial gold means they dig under the beds of the riverbed, and the way they are going about things is really an eyesore. And if you are in Ghana now, that is the theme here. Everybody is talking about the water pollution, and it's a huge problem here. Most of the places in Ghana don't have proper drinking water because of this menace, and people spend so much to buy water to drink. So I mean, it has come at the right time, and we are trying to do much more to get our acts together, right? Because I sent you an article, I think, some time ago about how the Ghana Water and Sewage Corporation is pumping a lot of millions of dollars into buying of equipment and chemicals for treatment, and they are complaining even that their machinery are running down because of silt, the trapping of silt in the rotating part of the machinery. So it's a big problem here. So I'm going to go on to tell you about the pollution of the water bodies in Ghana. We have two main, sources of water pollution, in Ghana: direct and then indirect pollution of the water body. Direct means, people pouring chemicals directly into these water bodies, and then people dumping the indirect pollution, dumping things on the ground, which eventually get seeped into the water bodies, and that is industrial pollution. And then waste dumping, people dump waste in the water bodies as well, and the illegal mining in the water bodies. This is a huge thing, and we will see as the slides goes on that I mean, it's a big problem here. And the types of pollutants we have include organic and then inorganic, radioactive and acid-based, pollution. So all this, is being thrown into our river bodies, and as if nobody, cares. And we are gradually seeing the effect now. This is from a picture from Joy News that I took. Before, on the before side, you can see that the river is very clear. And then afterwards, after the Galamsey, how the river look now. It's so muddy, and that is River Pra, one of the uh, rivers we treated and sent to the lab for analysis. Dr. Nash is here to explain the lab report himself. So when it's time, he will come and then take over. So now you can see now and before, it's very, very, what do you call it, muddy. Okay. And this is how the people go about, polluting our river. This is an artificial way of dredging. They have this man-made, or what do you call it, locally made kind of vessel on the river, and they have rods, deep rod, which rake, the bed of the river, and as it rake, the sediment is pumped into what with a big vibrating motor, what they call the chamfang or chamfin. The local villagers call it, the local people call it chamfin, and they, what do you call it, win the gold from this artwork. So that is exactly what dredging means. It's a process of removing sediments and debris from the bottom of water, like lakes, river, dams. And this is very important because most waterways are blocked. So now it is, the waterways is not blocked, but they are using the same technology that is used in opening the dams to rake the riverbeds, and in so doing, they add other harmful chemicals like cyanide, mercury, arsenic to the water, to go about the activity. So it end up eventually poisoning, their main aim is to get this, what you see, that is a core of good, which Mr. Kesh has, shown us how simple it is even to produce it in your own kitchen, if you know what to do. Okay, so that is another stage of how they go about the illegal mining. They pour, after collecting or milling, they pour this muddy water, and then it runs through this conveyor belt, and they, what do you call it, collect the clay, and then also undergoes another process. This is another picture which I got, and you can see them when we travel to the eastern region to collect the Brim River. We saw a lot. I mean, you could even hear on the riverside these people with their boat, their dredging machine on the river, and they don't care. They don't care about anybody, and the people have to buy a lot of what do you call it, water to feed. They cannot even fish from the river and drink from the river. So the effect, in the nutshell, this source of pollution give us dangerous ramifications. We end up getting poisonous drinking water and destruction of food chain. That means when the pollutant gets into the soil, it end up being affected. So let me take fish for instance. The fish end up becoming extinct, and when man cannot feed on it, he also gradually extinct. He become extinct himself, through the process of pollution, and then it have negative impact on the ecology. Most trees at the river banks are dying. In those days when you get to bring one fisherman I met at the banks was telling us how bushy the place used to be, and so on. So we can see that it also have impact on the ecology, and then it has drastic or catastrophic weather patterns. So that is another effect. And then, as I said, extinction of aquatic life forms. I asked him, so how do you live? The fisherman at the riverside, he said the fishes are gone, so it's very difficult now. You have to uh, go upstream to get this aquatic life form to feed on. uh, and then we also have seen, or it's in the news, that there are a lot of waterborne diseases in these areas, and cancers. Different types of cancers are common in this area. Borrelii, ulcer, and now a lot of diseases are springing up because of the pollution or the contamination in these river bodies. And in the end, we get a high economic cost in water treatment. That means, like I said before, the Waterworks Corporation or the Ghana and Sewage Corporation have to spend a huge sum of money in purchase of machinery and equipment. So that is having a negative impact on the economy also. We can go on to say more and more. In the end, we can see it can also have negative effect on human and animal reproduction cycle because of the mercury. You can say, I'm not drinking from the water, and you can buy treated water, but you still feed from the land, which um, at the same time, you eat from the polluted soil, so you will have the consequence at the same time, and so on. Okay. I don't want to go political. Okay. So there are other sources apart from this pollution. Also, there are people who deliberately pollute these waters. Like as you can see in the picture, this a man who has slaughtered a goat, and he's washing, the blood and everything in the goat in the river body. So I mean, this can generate what do you call it, biofecal content and E. coli in the river bodies as well, because I will show you another picture whereby this guy is still washing the internal part of the animal inside the river body. So now you see is there. He's washing, as you can see, he's washing the inner part of the animal in the river body. This is man-made pollution. And another picture, this is a journalist covering the whole activity, and you can see him pointing in that direction. They are washing the internal part into this river body. So in the end, we have come to when I came around, I saw that it was a huge problem. So one day I went to the office of Dr. Nana, and we sat down, and then we said we can do something about it, but I need some quantity of water, this polluted water, to start with. So we got some samples from Brim. We got some samples from River Pra, and then of Fin, and we started the treatment. So we started using GANs. For those of you who are here today who are new to our technology, GANs is simply a new state of matter, which is gas in atomic nanostate, or GANs for short. And it was introduced by the speaker you heard earlier, my boss, MT Kesh. And this new state of matter has different characteristics which give engineers and scientists the ability to do many things. GANs are atomic plasma, and they have both gravitational and magnetic field. If you were here during my lecture here, you will know what I mean by gravitational and magnetic field. And through this, we can do a lot of things, in the improvement of in the treatment of water and other things in the area of agriculture. So as you can see, the first picture is CO2, and then I know many of you know, but for the sake of people who are in, we just show. And this is copper oxide and then CH3. I have them sitting right in front of me here. So it can go around. For those who have not seen it before, you can pass it around, and then we go on those who are here. Okay, so I'm rushing through to finish. Okay, so in preparation to treat this polluted water, we have so far done different configurations, in the treatment of these polluted waters. And the one we did on PRA, we used the CO2 and the copper oxide. So in a nutshell, these are things that will be needed for your treatment. If somebody want to replicate it, we need a contaminated water, we need containers, and then we need a measuring flask or a beaker, and then we need the material, the GANs, the CO2 or the copper oxide, in a liquid form or in a powder form. And then if you want to go extra, you can use another form of configuration, that is the nanowire, which I'll later show you also. And then you always protect yourself, because you don't know what is inside the water. And we need syringes, the normal medical syringes, to pull our ganses. So these are in effect what you need. And in this experiment, we divide, in order to check what is happening in the treated and untreated water, we divide it into two groups. So we have the control group, and then we have the treatment group. And for those of you who are not chemistry inclined or science inclined, I have defined what control group is. It's used as a baseline as a baseline measure. That means you put it there to check what is happening in your treatment. The content of the control container is identical to all other containers, with the exception that it does not receive the treatment or the experimental manipulation that the treatment container undergoes. Okay, so that is it. And then we have the treatment group. The treatment group is a container which undergoes the manipulation or the treatment process. So that is the treatment group, and then the control group. So these are initially the samples that we had initially, and from River Pra, and then river Offin. It's not the Germans. If a German is there, it's not Offin. It's Offin. Okay. And then
Let me explain
this
what you know the German. Just wait. Give me a rest
off.
to
Okay.
catch up.
Offin in but in German, Offin is E. It's not I. Offin is to open.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let
So
me explain that people know. They know you as Benjamin only.
okay.
Let me explain. We should have done that at the beginning. That's why he goes back to German language.
Mm.
Benjamin is BSc graduate from Ghana University.
No,
Would you like
MSc.
MSc you received from? Can you explain to us your background?
I studied in Germany initially at the University of Applied Sciences there, and then I moved there to Germany, Austria, to do my master's in information technology management at the University of Applied Sciences, Wiener Neustadt. That is where I got my master's from. And then initially, I was trying to get myself into IEA to work with the IEA because of my interest in atomic physics or nuclear physics. So I applied there, and I was one of the two candidates selected. But politics stepped in, so I have to wait for about 8 months, and there was no reply. Finally, the reply came, and then Mr. Kesh also came and said, I want to work for me. So I just picked the opportunity to, come to Ghana and then work for Kesh Foundation. So that is in a nutshell, a small background
But
of Benjamin.
you originally got your degree from Ghana.
Yeah, originally a degree from Ghana before I came to Germany, and then from Germany I went to uh,
Austria.
Austria. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
that
people
is
know you're a highly qualified person to do this job, and that's why
okay.
you present the technology so beautifully. He is born and bred in Ghana, and he's gone back home to serve his nation. This is what we do in Keshe Foundation. We see now the next presentation the same with Kenya, and we've seen with Alex with Nigeria, and we have a gentleman which goes back, highly educated, back to Kenya in the coming time. Thank you very much. Carry on.
Okay, okay. So in the treatment steps, we both the control treatment container were rinsed initially with about 25 ml of the polluted water to set them, because a scientist will question you, did you set them at the same time? So we set it. We set the both containers which we are going to use for the treatment. We cleanse it with about 25 ml of the polluted water to set it off. Okay. And so after we rinse it, meaning we pour the water away after shaking it or agitating the bottles, we pour them away. Okay. And then we measured equal amount of the polluted water in both containers. Okay. And then the control container was closed, and then we put labels we labeled it, the name of the river, the date, and then the time of the experiment, so that we can actually do statistics and graphing on it when the times come to show the impact and what we found in the water and so on. So after that, we introduce 7 ml of GANs into the treatment container. Okay, so that is what we did. And then we left it off. That is immediately after the application of the GANs, in the. So A is the treatment, as you can see on the screen. A is the treatment container, and B is the control. And we bought these special glasses because we want to identify them it's color coded. So one is green and then the other is pink, orange color, so that we can easily also label them. Or it's good for write up also when you are writing something also on it. And then after this is the treatment, after 24 hours, we can see that the water have sedimented and the upper part is more clearer than the control. The control still remain almost the same, although there are sediments. It's still, the turbidity is to explain to the layman the clarity of the water, the suspended particles in the water. If you shine a light through it, how it can get to the other side. So you can see that the water is more clearer than the one that we are under treatment. Okay, so that is it. And then this is the CO2 treatment. Let's see the copper oxide. The copper oxide look more clearer, and each and every time it gave me a clearer what do you call it, turbidity. And then the springs as well, but I don't have the springs to show today. But on the table, or what we may show live how the whole thing is done is also we have also some springs, the nanowires treatment also to show if time permits us. Okay, and so I leave the report now for Dr. Nash to come and then take over.
I think we lost broadcaster. We still have a
Stay
screen.
online. Stay online. Don't move. Let them come back. Stay online. This is the report we seen a couple of days ago sent to us. We have a copy of it here in case anything happens. But Dr. Ghana of the Space Institute with the National Nuclear Research Institute of Ghana. Yeah. So as we see, we wait for them to come back, or when they come back, we bring them back on. We were expecting problems in communication with Ghana. So as you've seen, the test is done under very scientific condition in the laboratories of Atomic Energy Authority of the Ghana, and we see the same kind of collaboration and cooperation with different governments now, with different part of the Keshe Foundations worldwide. This is what we emphasize on. We invest heavily in Africa. Go on. Is it there?
Yeah, I'm back, please.
Okay, carry on. Show us. You've just seen the report.
Yeah, on the Can you see now? Yeah. Yeah, so with the full water quality treatment we did.
Who's speaking, please? I think the speaker has changed.
Nash.
Dr. Nash.
Nash. Yes,
hello, Dr. Nash.
Yeah. What? Yeah, so for the water quality test we did physical.
We need a screen share on the document, please. Hello. Hello. I think yes, but they have set up a presentation PowerPoint. We have to follow theirs. We don't have the PowerPoint presentation, do we?
Is that the I've got two things. That's the PRA and OFN test results, I guess. I can share that.
Benjamin, if you are there, you don't need to share screen. You can go on the voice only.
Okay, voice only.
We have your documents. We can show it that it doesn't put pressure on the bandwidth.
Okay.
Is that what we're
Yeah,
after?
so
Yes, we got
So,
your report. Dr. Nash, you can speak here, please. We have the results on the screen.
Yeah. So with the water sample analysis, we did the physical parameters, nutrients, and then we did trace metals. For the physical parameters, we did pH, temperature, conductivity, total dissolved solids, total suspended solids, alkalinity, turbidity, salinity, apparent color, and true color. We compared it with WHO and then Ghana Standard Authority guidelines for drinking water. For example, the Ofin River treated the pH was 7.27. Then the Ofin control, so 7.62. Then with the PRA treated, it's 7.73. And then the control, 7.55. So when we compared it with the guideline values for drinking water, WHO and Ghana Standard Authority, we have, it's between 6.5 to 8.5. And then for Ghana Standard Authority, it's 6.0 to 8.5. So we compared the values that we got from the analysis with that of WHO and then Ghana Standard Authority. The conductivity, which is in microsiemens per centimeter, for the Ofin treated, we got 357.5. Whilst the control, we got 268.5. Then for the PRA treated, we got 2,325. And then the control is 178.2. The range, according to WHO, is 500 to 700 microsiemens per centimeter. Then it follows suit with the total dissolved solids, also in milligrams per liter. The Ofin treated, it's 179.3, whilst the control is 134.65. For PRA treated, it's 1,164.45. Then the control is 88.9. The range, according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority, is 1,000. Then the total suspended solids, the Ofin treated is 210, the control is 35. Whilst the PRA treated is 230, the control is 5. And then the guideline is 5. For alkalinity, the Ofin treated is 45, the control is 75. And then the PRA is 65 for the treated, and the control is 105. The range is 200, according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority. The turbidity, also in formazine attenuation unit, it's 200 for the Ofin treated, then 32 for Ofin control. Then the PRA treated is 226, the control is 4. The range, according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority, is 5. Then we come to salinity, which is in parts per trillion. Ofin is 0.2, the control is 0.1. The PRA treated is 1.1, then the control is 0.1. We do not have the WHO and Ghana Standard Authority's levels at the moment. Then the apparent color, which is also measured in platinum cobalt unit, is the apparent color is the color of the water as it was presented to the lab. Then the true color is after it has been filtered through 0.45 millimeters Wattman filter paper. So the apparent color is 220 for the Ofin treated, and then the Ofin control is 20. For PRA is 50, and then the control is 1. The guideline values is 25, and then 200. So when we come to the true color, which has been filtered, from 220 as apparent, the true color came down to 15. And and then the offend control also dropped to 3. Then the prior treated from 50, it dropped to 5, whilst the control from 1 dropped to 0. Then for the nutrient analysis, we did fluoride, chloride, sodium, potassium, total hardness, nitrate, phosphate, and then sulfate. They are all in the milligram per liter unit. The fluoride for the offend treated is 0.015. The control is 0.011, whilst the prior is 0.0051. Sorry. And then the control is 0.013. The guideline values is 1.5 according to WHO, and then Ghana Standard Authority is 1.0 to 1.5. Then for chloride, the offend treated we had 9.99, while the control is 48.98. Then the prior treated we had 596.81, whilst the control is 228.99. The guideline values is from 250 to 1000. And the sodium for the offend treated is 13.2. The control is 17.9. The prior treated is 85.7, whilst the control is 16.8. The guideline values is 200. Then potassium, the offend treated is 1.5, the control is 2.5, the prior treated is 6.5, whilst the prior control is 1.0. The WHO guideline is 30. Then the total hardness for offend treated is 52, offend control is 65. Then the prior treated is 48, whilst the prior control is 53. The WHO and Ghana Standard Authority guideline level is 500. Then we come to nitrates as N. Also in milligram per liter, it's 0 for offend treated is 0.406, while offend control is 0.318. The prior treated is 0.002, whilst the control is 2.066. The levels is between 10 and 45. Then phosphate, it's 0.034 for offend treated. Then offend control is 0.683. The prior treated is 0.012. The control for prior is 0.218. We do not have both WHO and Ghana Standard Authority levels as at now. Then for sulfate, we have 2.5101 for offend treated. Then the offend control is 2.0089. The prior treated is 0.014, whilst the control is 1.021. The guideline values is from 250 to 500. Then we did trace metals. For the trace metal, we did total iron, total manganese, total copper, and total zinc using the atomic absorption spectrometer, that is the AAS. They are also in milligram per liter. For offend treated, we had for iron 0.217 for the treated, and then the offend control is 0.420. The prior treated is 0.203, whilst the prior control is 0.501. The guideline value is 0.3. Then manganese, it's 0.010 for offend treated, then 0.031 for the control, whilst prior treated is 0.027 with its control 0.040. The guideline value is 0.5. Copper, it's less than 0.003. That is below the detection limit of copper using the AAS. For treated offend, both the treated offing and then offing control. For prior treated, it's also below the detection limit, which is 0.003. For both treated and control, the WHO value is 1.0. Then we come to total zinc. Zinc offing treated is 0.039, then its control is 0.077. Then prior treated is 0.031, then prior control is 0.072. The guideline value is 3. So these are the analytical reports for the samples received both from the Offin River and Pra River.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nash.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, in effect, we have not really completed with our findings. It's an ongoing thing, and we still need to refine our way because there are other things to do, like to beat down the salinity level, because the salinity level has also influenced the total suspended liquid and then total dissolved solid. So we are trying to do more to refine the way to beat down these levels. But according to Nash, Dr. Nash in the lab, he told me this can be taken or it can be used because most of the wells that are dug even does not pass even this what do you call it this test. So
What does it? Can you explain to us, or let Dr. Nash explain to us?
Okay.
What has it changed? We need. It's all data. They are experts. Can we understand what has changed in the water? What is the condition of the water? Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Dr. Nash, can you enlighten us with your knowledge? What is added? What is changed? Is the water has changed for consumption? Is the water what need to be done? And then we will take it to the next step.
Yeah. In summary, with the water, the treated, there has been an improvement in the treatment done on the untreated water, which is the control, except the salinity level, which is especially for the prior treated water, which is 1.1. And that's on the higher side, according to the previous analysis that we've done with.
Okay, can I ask you 2 questions? Because the GANS comes through the salt water, created through the use of salt water. Was the water washed thoroughly? The GANS was washed thoroughly before you add it to it?
No, Mr. Kesh, the GANS was not totally, washed. What I have also discovered.
Can you, excuse me, Benjamin, can you explain to us what was the condition of the water GANS you used for that test experiment?
Okay, it was taken directly from the setup, the GANS setup. So
did you wash it with the distilled water? Was it washed?
It was not washed because at that time I didn't have distilled water, and I didn't also want to use the tap water because the tap water have traces of minerals in it, and I don't want to influence the outcome.
So, Dr. Nash, the salinity can be explained because we use salt water to produce the GANS material. Putting that aside, is this water drinkable? Is this water usable? Or what does it need to be done for it to become usable?
Yeah, it can be used, except the color which needs to be filtered. Because when you look at the apparent color, it's 220, which is far above the recommended guideline value. So if the water can be filtered, then it can. Even with the often treated, after the filtration, it's still 15, which is more than the guideline values, which is 5. So it means it needs to go through further filtration before it can, at least if it is below 5.
Can I ask you a question? Because I had this the same with another test trial. Did you take the water from the top separating the residual, or did you test it with the residual in the container?
Yeah, in the container, we took from the top. That is clear. That's with the treated sample. We took from the top.
So there were no residual in it?
No, they are not.
Can you explain to us? Can you explain to us why then we see a clear bottle on the left, but what do you call it? But the river untreated is still so muddy. What's the why do we see it, but in the apparent color and the true color we don't see it in the test result?
Yeah, with the you realize that the apparent color, the values are quite high, but with the true color, which after the filtration, the value drops, especially for the Ofin River, which is for the apparent is 220, then it dropped to 15, which means there's still room for improvement.
Can I ask you another question? Why do we see, this is something I would like to know, because it helps the other authorities who use this or they're going to consider to use it. Why do we see a higher apparent color after treatment, but we see a clarity in the water after the treatment?
The clarity of color after the treatment.
Yeah,
yes,
when you look at the two bottles, one which is not treated, it's a clear water we see, but on the right side, when it's not treated, it's still yellowish, orangish color. But when you do your test, the result shows totally different. This is what I wanted to know. How come the water is clear in the bottle after treatment, but when you do the test analysis, the color looks to be more muddier or not clear as it shows in the container? Because the visual observation does not comply with the data on the paper. Visually, we see, because I look at your turbidity as well, it's 232, 226 and 4. But when we look at the bottles in front of us in the test cases, the water is very clear. And the other water from the river untreated is not very clear. But when you show us the data, the two data does not match with the visual observation, where it says apparent color is 220. You have to filter it to get it better. Where in a para control was 1, now is 0, and then the other one is 50, becomes 5.
What does it actually mean, apparent color and true color? Maybe it means something different.
Yeah, the apparent color is the color of the water as presented to the lab. That is before filtration. And then the true color is after the filtration.
Yes, I understand that, but what doesn't come to visual observation, the color of the water is very clear. We see it in the bottle.
Yeah, in the green,
in the green one. But when you test it, it doesn't confirm that. Why?
That was.
Is it the possibility that the figures have been misplaced?
The treated. Yes, we have to do it. Look at the treated should rather be 20. And then the control is okay.
the figures with the visual observation don't add up.
Yeah.
I think in this process, figures are typed in the wrong column, if I'm correct, or you have to enlighten us.
Yeah. So we will have to do further test on it. It looks like the topographical something. It should be 220. It should be 20, and then the control should be 220.
And then 50 and 1 should be in the same position.
Yes.
So it shows a huge difference.
A huge
and
difference,
then,
yes.
And then we see with the tunability the same. Where it was 200, now it's 32. Where it was 226, now it's 4. This brings a lot of things in line. Is it possible that you could check the data and come back to us in next week or two?
Yeah, sure.
Some further tests, and we have the data correctly. What if you put those in line correctly? Would this show us that would you drink this water after treated?
Yeah, after treated, it is. After treated, it can be drinkable. Yeah, it's drinkable.
So,
okay. Mr. Kesh, I have a fundamental question, and I mean, it's not to me to judge the testing procedures or the results or whatever, but I have a question to the guideline values for drinking water, since the Ghana values follow obviously the usual WHO values. I'm not about to judge the conduct, as we know from your own experiences, Mr. Kesh, about the activity.
No, we're not going that way.
No. But I have a fundamental question about the values, because I know from the internal documents of the tobacco industry, when it comes to ISO norms or ISO values, usually 80% of the people who make the parameters and the norms are from the tobacco industry. So who are these people who make the values?
No, we don't question. We are not. I know you're a doctor in that way, K1. Yeah, I know you understand this, but we don't question the authorities. We question our own technique and technology. We are setting new standards.
Okay, but it's drinking water. So
it's drinking. This is all it matters. We are not here to question WHO or anybody else. We are here to look at the data we have, and does the technology works for water treatment? This is very important to us. And what I see, we have experts. We have Dr. Nash, we have Dr. Nana, we have a scientific-based man, Benjamin, all highly qualified people within the National Nuclear Research Institute of Ghana. What we want to know, putting those entries correctly and checking the data, would you come back to us and we look at the correct entry? It could be the secretary doing the thing because he was in a rush to be done. And then what it looks to me, everything seems to be in the right order, and where, unless we see changes like this, you can pick up because visualization is there. It's a beautiful job what you've done there in Ghana. I thank you fantastically for what you achieved. But what can we do with these sediments? What's your opinion, Dr. Nash or Dr. Nana? Can we use these sediments, what we have collected, because they haven't disappeared? You're testing the upper level water, as I asked you, said you've done.
Yeah.
You have a residual. Now we have these minerals in this residual. Can we? Yes, can you carry on?
What we intend doing is we will analyze the sediment separately. In fact, we will analyze for trace elements and then heavy metals. That is the toxic ones like mercury, lead, nickel. Then the essential ones like iron, manganese, copper, and zinc. Solely on the sediments. And then by next week, as we meet again, we will also have a look at the findings from analyzing the sediments.
Yeah, I think
we can know what it will be used for.
Can I ask a question? There are ways to extract these minerals which are collected in the sediment to utilize for national, what they call assets. We can show you and the Atomic Energy Authority how to separate like iron or copper or zinc, or even gold, if you can measure the gold content in these sediments, that it can be added to the national reserve. Because this, when you do it in the larger scale, we're not talking about grams, we're talking about kilos and tons over every year of operation. So the system is pays for itself. This is what we did with Fukushima, with the Japanese government, with TEPCO. We show them how to convert the what I call the tritium into gold within their tanks. Then what our purpose is not only cleaning, but making what is cleaned off not to become a problem for another thing. We solve all the problem in one go. So the way what I see, maybe it's a good process to be done for Atomic Energy Authority, is once you cleaned up the sediment, if you can separate the residue of the mineral, which all can be sold. Iron is a quality value merchant, magnesium the same, copper and zinc the same, then we can recycle the CO2 or a copper oxide back into the process. You don't need to keep on making it. So these are the things which in overall run, which have to see that it makes the system self-sufficient. In what you clean, you clear a lot of materials from the water of the rivers, which becomes a national asset. This is what I would like to see, if we can look in that direction with the head of Atomic Energy Authority in your country, that then this gives the money for the institute to be able to develop their own technologies. You don't need to wait for the handouts from other governments. If you can go in a little bit, spend another week or two on this and analyze all the materials, we guide you. I can give you all my time. I can fly to Ghana, stay with you a few weeks till we get this done. But at the end, you are a rich nation. And Atomic Energy Authority or the Nuclear Research Institute will clear the rivers and makes an income for the institute to have money to invest in the research and new scientists. This is what the purpose is. Okay, we got a clean water. We can consume it.
Great.
Pardon?
Okay, I'm saying that's a great idea.
Yes, this is how I went with TEPCO. And when TEPCO made a lot of money out of it, they started draining gold. They kicked our guys out because they thought they're independent. But in other words, you have if these people are searching for gold and doing the dredging to do the gold, there must be a huge amount of gold floating in this water. If you can test for the water content, if you can test for clarity and gold and silver content in your test for next week or the week after, and then we go through the process of separation. It's very easy to separate most of these from the GANs, and you refeed back the GANs into the system. But the beauty of it is the water is clean enough to drink, according to your opinion.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yeah, please, you are. That's correct.
Okay, I would like to thank you for your collaboration. And as we said, we are prepared to invest in Ghana and Keshe Foundation in conjunction with the Space Institute of Ghana. As we are becoming part of the embedded in your organization, Keshe Foundation investment is open to Africa in every shape or form, and we have a trusted bond with you. And I will see a huge collaboration. This is a fantastic presentation. And I thank both you and Dr. Ghana and Benjamin and head of the Nuclear Research Institute of Ghana, Atomic Energy Commission.
We have still more to show.
Pardon?
Thank
you very much, Dr. Nash.
We have still more to show.
Okay,
and,
carry on. Carry on.
We need equipment also here, because most of the tests, takes a lot of time, and Dr. Nash can tell you I give him a lot of hell, so we need a lot of equipment here, and to test some of the next stage of what I'm going to show is the fish, the aquarium stuff.
Carry on. Rick, you got to let him to share his screen. You have to take the PDF down, please. You are controlling. Okay, share your screen, please, for us.
Can you see?
You haven't come up yet. We are waiting. It says you're sharing a screen. Has it started sharing a screen? You're waiting for you to come up.
I've shared it, so.
It says Benjamin Mensa has started sharing a screen, but we don't see a beautiful face.
You can try to stop it and do it again.
Stop it or do it again.
Okay, so I'm sharing again. Is it true?
No, it has not come in yet. It says you want to share. Yeah, we see a picture of a man and a woman. Is somebody else sharing somewhere in the background?
I don't think so, Mr. Kesh.
No. Vince, that's what we. Yeah, it comes up. Vince, that's why I say we need our own satellite system in Africa with our own connections. Let me, while Benjamin is online, while Benjamin is trying to get sorted this out, let me explain to you something which is very important. We would like to thank the American organization who has allowed us to place Benjamin within the structure of the Ghana Space Institute. This is part of the work we do with secret intelligence services and the others. And through their support, especially people we do not mention in the front, within the structure of the communication of the American government and industry, who have supported us to bring the position of Benjamin into Ghana. We collaborate again with them. They are part of the Keshe Foundation International Organization. And we thank them. They know who they are, not to disclose their names, for the facilitating for Benjamin to return as part of the Keshe Foundation into Ghana. We thank the organization, like within the structure of CIA and the rest, who we collaborate with very closely. We know who they are, and they facilitate these things.
Can you see?
Thank you
Please,
very
can
much.
you see?
We can
you
see
see our screen?
Yes, we can. So this is by having Benjamin there, is a collaboration of governments and people within being in the government or are part of it, and we use the governmental connection to facilitate this. And I thank the American support for this move. Go ahead, Benjamin. We see both fishes.
Okay, so we have two tanks here, the green tank and then the green tank and then the yellow tank. Actually, what I'm doing here is to do a lot of tests on the water and also the on also the what we get from the aquarium. So I have taken already samples to Dr. Nash's lab to do some tests on the water. Okay, if you can see, as you can see clearly, there are differences in the turbidity. One is more clearer, and then the other, which is not treated, is a little bit darker. That is the green tank. I don't.
What have you put in them?
We have two fishes in each tank, with other small ones also. So what we have in here is I have a filtering stage, and I have a submersible pump, and I have an aerator. That means they can, what do you call it? It takes air from outside and then convert it to the oxygen and carbon dioxide process, so that the fish can live on them. Okay, and I have in the tank also a natural and an artificial weed. The natural weed is also to do the same thing that the pumps are doing in case the power is taken off. That is a fail-in safe mechanism I put in the tanks, so that if the power goes off for a long time, like 2 days or 3 days, the fish can still use the natural system to take in air and then prepare food for themselves. So what you see here, if the camera can come a little bit further, which is not, can you? Okay, if you can see from the filtering chamber that the water which is not treated with the gans is more dirty, you know. And I've taken a sample to Dr. Nash's lab, and it's the same thing. The water is more dirtier, okay, with the tank, untreated tank. But the one that is treated or fed with the CO2 has less pollution, or has less, what do you call it, sediment collection. And so what we are doing is we are also, I've given Dr. Nash some parameters to test, like the pH level, the ammonia level, the nitrate and the nitrate, copper, chlorine, and general hardness, and carbonate levels, and then phosphate, dissolved oxygen, iron, salinity, and then calcium. Because we don't have so much, what do you call it, equipment here, some of the tests, like I need electronic scale here, and I've told the guy who, you know, brought the fishes to me to bring me a pH meter, and he has not still surfaced, but I'm still waiting for him to bring it. There are some tests I can do them myself at home, and to measure also the fish size, we need a laser tool, a kind of laser tool, to actually measure the length of the fish, and then the weight. That is what we are going to use the electronic scales to measure. So in effect, what I'm going to do is to fetch the fish in a container, and then first of all I'll fetch some water from the tank, and then zero it with the water on the scale. I will, you know, put it to 0. That is, I'll make it weightless, and then put the fish into the water, and then measure the weight of the fish. Okay. So
can I ask you a question? What
Yes,
are
sir.
you feeding? What have you used for the clear tank?
Okay, the clear pack I have used, the clear pack I'm using CO2 in combination with the food of the fish, but the
Please-
other one I feed.
Please do not use copper oxide as a mixture.
No copper oxide.
Yeah.
CO2.
Okay.
CO2.
Okay.
Because copper oxide will finish them in no time. Okay, so I'm using this. I'm using this also to feed them, but the one which is not treated with the gans, the CO2 gans, does not. I give them less of this food, more of the food, and then the ones that are fed with the CO2 get just a little bit of a fraction, just a fraction of this feed. So, but when you look at the sizes, they are growing bigger and more aggressive, or more happier than, and they can sink deeper than the one that are not, the water that is not treated.
What do you mean?
Because
You're feeding the treated one more or less?
the treated one, I feed them less.
Okay.
I feed them less, but the ones that are not treated, I feed them more, but still, you know. And in terms of aggression and size, the treated ones are growing bigger. As the people who I constructed, Gilbert is here. Gilbert has seen them from the day we started, and they are growing well. So that is it. We have some more time to, you know, see how they fare. And also we have mushroom here also to show. There are some mushroom experiments that
Can you show us this famous mushroom? I've seen pictures, but I don't know what it means. You keep on sending me reports and pictures, but I don't know what is the mushroom. Tell us about the mushroom.
Okay. Can you see?
It says, why do you feed them less?
Why do I feed them less? Because we are feeding them with CO2, and CO2 even should be enough for them to live on, because
Yeah, I think if you feed them equal, then you see the effect of CO2, because now you're interfering with the food. I think you gotta feed them exactly the same to be correct, and then you see what the CO2 add to it.
Okay.
Carry on. Is that Dr. Nana hand showing everything?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Nana. It's nice to meet you again. We met in Rome during the ambassador meeting. Thank you very much for your help and cooperation, Dr. Nana.
Okay, so I have here two boxes, but in each we have the mushroom composite bag. This is a composite.
Go a bit lower.
Yeah. This is the composite bag, and in the composite bag are the mushroom. How the mushroom is made? It's made out of sawdust and wheat brown, and I bought them. I think how many days ago? It's 2 weeks ago. Okay, and we started treating what do you call it? The mushroom with the guns. The first ones that I received are these ones. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. So I actually washed the mushroom, treated the CO2 guns. I actually took all the salinity from the guns out and then watered the composite bag, the first two with the CO2, and then in no time, about 2 or 3 days, the mushroom started sprouting. So that tells you the power of it, but the guns. And then the other one, I left it, the one that are coming up now. It have taken slow time to show up, and it's now coming up.
How old are the tests? How long is the test done? That one is just showing, and the other one has grown so much.
You say? Okay, 2 weeks. But what I'll do is I'm going to this one the same. I planted them the same time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take samples of this mushroom to Dr. Nash's lab, and then we see what is in the one that is watered with the guns, and then the one that is not watered with the guns, and then we see whether nutritionally we have improved upon that or not. And then based on that, we can do furthermore experiments with the growth. And one thing.
Okay, so the one which is grown over the box is grown at the same time, but you just put CO2 in the water.
Yeah, in the water.
Okay.
In the watering, what do you call it? Pot. So that
there's a question on the panel asking, how did you put the CO2 with a fish tank? Did you add it, or is it there just as a field?
So I have the guns. Okay, I have the guns in my hand, as you can see, and then a string. So what I do is I draw 1 mil of the guns and then drop it in the tank.
I think you can just put the container in the center without doing anything, and the fish will get the same. You don't need to add the gas into the water. Because you are dealing, you still work on the matter state thinking, you're adding it because you think it's going to take. Gas works on the plasma condition. So what I think you better do, put that CO2 container just in the water. The field of the plasma of the gas will go out, and I think it will have the same effect as you're putting in there. This way, you can feed the fish for hundreds of years. That way, you're going to run out and you have to make more.
Yeah. Okay, that is true. It was full, and I have been, filling it all the time.
Yeah, just put the container. You don't need. This is what you got to realize. Even the process of the cleaning of the water. Try to put the CO2 in a container and let the water inside the water, that you don't need to get don't need to add the GANs into the water, and see if you get the same results. I'm sure you get the same results of cleaning and everything else, because we have to change the mindset from the matter to interact than the interacting the fields. So if you put your CO2 bottle in there, you can leave the fishes. They go to it and you see they start eating from it. They nibble at it and the water continuously gets fed, because this way you have to keep on adding and adding, and that way they just take the fields. Most probably they stop eating. You got to observe how much of the food you give is going to stay at the bottom, because when the fish is not hungry, it won't eat. And if you clean up the bottom that there is no residual, then you can compare if the food still stays at the bottom, or would it rot, or would it just stay there as fresh, because the CO2 will do the job for it to clean it. So I think you better stop feeding them, just put a container in.
Okay.
And see if it doesn't change, or put another tank and try this. Carry on breathing, because now you get the CO2 in the process of the animal, where that way you get the energy but not the CO2 as part of its digestion system. You understand? And this is where the difference should come.
Okay, so I'll do that. I even was thinking of that the other time, because I bought some copper plates. I want to do the, what do you call it, put the plates inside and the zinc inside and see for it to start producing.
Do not put any copper in any of them. You will kill the fish.
The nano coated copper.
No, nothing.
Okay.
You cannot introduce copper, especially in the white meat.
Okay.
If you introduce the copper into this environment, I'm sure, because I tell you from experience, your animal will die very quickly. Because the energy is too much, they cannot absorb it. The growth of the body in the white fish is different than the red fish and red meat, and then it can cause in the growth, and the expansion is not what it's looking for. You can't reach that growth. Do not use, never, especially with water animals, any. You can do it maybe with tuna only, but all the small fishes with the white, what we see, what we call the water fish, do not please feed any with CO2. We have seen them. The energy impact is too much and the animal dies.
Okay, Mr. Cash, it seems they need the conference room for another.
Can I ask you a simple, quick question? Is the doctor with the stroke arm with you, or has he left?
He's here.
Can we see his arm? Is he driving?
No, he told me he's not driving now. That's what I said. I'll confirm. He told me he's not.
But
driving.
Is there any difference in his hand, or can he tell us what he's seen?
He doesn't want to.
Okay, let him speak. It doesn't matter. Do you see any? Good morning, doctor.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi. Do you see any changes in what you're doing there in regarding your stroke with your arm, please? Because I know you're doing something in the background.
A little bit.
How much? Can you pick the microphone a bit higher, please?
Well, I think maybe this is I can't tell, but it helped me. Yeah.
Okay, we keep an eye on you to see how far we can go, and I'll try to explain to Benjamin how to help you directly, because you can reverse most of it. Thank you very much, doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, I know you got the hand over the room. I would like to thank Dr. Nash and. Pardon?
Dr. Nana want to say something finally.
Yes, Dr. Nana.
Yeah, Mr. Kesh, I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity, and we are still working on the paper documentation to formalize the whole process. But in the meantime, I would say we'll keep on with communication and we'll keep on with our initial testing. So
thank you very much, Dr. Ghana. I put it this way: if United Nations listens to you, we have to too. You're an influential person internationally, and we respect your work with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you indeed. We say goodbye to you, Benjamin, and thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
You have aged in 4 months a lot. It's a lot of work you're doing there.
And we have something on farming. We are going to show later. So later I will send you the information, and then we'll
join us next Thursday again if you can organize it, that you can show us the results on the papers.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. You see, the process is very simple. You can you stop sharing that we can take over, please? Thank you very much, Benjamin. As I said, it was fantastic to see this. This is a work of nearly 4 or 5 months of working, establishing, setting up, gaining the trust of the authorities to be able to do these kind of works. We'll see more and more of this cooperation. We saw on Tuesday with respect to universities, with the hospitals. Keshe Foundation worldwide is finding avenues by invitation of most of the governments or whatever to start working because they see the results. And I'm sure when we release the C certificated medical certification 2 of the pens and the pads by tomorrow, the first pads internationally made in Italy, and the pens will dispatch on Monday morning. Then we'll see the change in the course of, as we're seeing gradually, on what people start seeing and using and doing it themselves. Where do we go now? You are in charge, Rick. Where are you taking us?
Well,
I think that was a fantastic presentation.
It was very interesting.
We saw agriculture, decontamination, and
we've got there's a.
Can we go to Kenya's direction? Even do we have it ready, or?
I've got the PowerPoint presentation from.
Yeah, but is our presenter there available? Because he has to explain it. Is he still awake, or is it too late for him?
Trying to see here. Oh, there he is. Promote him to panelist.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Let me explain. Would you like to introduce yourself and share a screen? Please, before you share a screen, make sure what you're going to show us at PowerPoint is on your screen, that we don't see the programs in the background, please.
Or let me know if I need to share it.
Yeah, he's there. We can see him. Good morning. You have to unmute yourself.
Unmute? Oh, just a minute.
Yeah, it says,
there we go.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Dr. Kutamauga. Thank you very much for staying with us. And I know it's very late time here in the United States. Could you please introduce yourself first, who you are, your background, and then what you're doing and what you're going to show us, please.
My name is Gatua Bogwa. I'm from Kenya, and I'm in the US right now, where I have been since 1992. After studying in Kenya, I worked briefly for Kenya government and then a private sector in Kenya, and then returned to school in Kenya for 2 years, where I studied biointensive agriculture, which is an organic agriculture, for 2 years. And then I went to California, where I studied agroecology. I was an apprentice for 6 months, and then I decided I needed more than just a certificate, so I applied and was admitted to the University of California, Santa Cruz, where I did 2 first degrees, BA in Environmental Studies and Politics. And then I went to Cornell, where I did 2 master's degrees, first a Master of Professional Studies in International Agriculture and Rural Development, and then a Master of Science in Crop and Soil Sciences. And then I was later admitted to University of Wyoming, where I did my PhD in agronomy. I have been teaching for that university on a part-time basis until last year, spring, and now I'm here as a student of the Spaceship Institute. I'm going to show a presentation, PowerPoint presentation about a brief experiment I did in Kenya, an agricultural experiment, farming with guns. Shall I start now?
Please, yes, please. Let me explain why you're showing this. As Dr. Kunta explained to us, he is a knowledge seeker in the Keshe Foundation Space Institute, started in January of this year. And in part of the teaching, he showed us his presentation. And as is agriculture today, I invited him to come and show us. And on the back of this, Dr. Mawa is going back to Kenya, sponsored and paid by the Keshe Foundation to start the Keshe Foundation and the agriculture and the whole process in Nairobi. And I thank you for joining us, and I hope we learn a lot from you with your experience and background.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keshe.
Please go ahead.
Okay. A study was done in Kenya to assess the impact of CO2 guns water on growth and yields of potatoes in Kenya. This experiment was done between November 2005 and February this year. What you see here is a small plot that I used for the potatoes, and this was just about 20.
We have to have the screen share in order to see the picture on your PDF.
Please make sure. Let me switch off first. Bring the page up and then switch back on sharing. Just stop sharing that nobody can see your system. Okay.
Is that fine?
Yes, it's perfect. Now carry.
Good. Great. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. All right, there it is. So this experiment is an impact of CO2 guns water on growth and yields of potatoes in Kenya. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Here I am. This is the plot that I used. It's 20 feet by 15 feet. And this plot was divided into two plots, subplots, plot A and plot B. And potatoes were planted in both plots. The potato tubers was of the same variety, but what was different was the treatment. In one A plot, I used water treatment, and in B plot, I used CO2 GANS water. And GANS here is gases in nanostate. Potatoes in both plot A and plot B were soaked for 5 hours before planting, and that was the treatment. Soaking in water for A and soaking in CO2 GANS water in plot B. This is how I collected the GANS. To the right here, this was how I collected CO2 GANS using simple method, mesh wire. Because I couldn't find zinc plates, I used a mesh wire, chicken wire, which was galvanized, and a nano-coated coil, copper coil that I made. On the left, I used a simple nail and a nano-coated copper coil for collecting CH3 GANS. And these are the GANS that I collected, some of the GANS that I collected in the beginning of the experiment, but I collected more later. and for the purposes of this experiment, only CO2 guns were used. This is how I soaked in plastic containers. To the left, that's water, and this is rainwater, by the way, in both cases, and to the right is CO2 guns water. What was noticed here immediately was that the water to the left, which is dirty because the potatoes tubers had soil on them, but immediately when I put them in CO2 guns water, the soil sank to the bottom, thus showing the efficacy of CO2 guns for purification of water. That was a bonus for this experiment, as I was not testing the water purification. So I don't know whether you can see the titles because I can't, but this is 3 weeks after planting. There was no difference noticed between plot A and plot B. But here, this is flowering stage, and at flowering stage, what was noticed here was that, although it's not obvious in this picture, but the potatoes on the right, that is to say, the potatoes treated with guns water, had flowers before those treated with water. And that was substantial, the difference. And this is at maturity stage. The differences in growth was now so obvious because those treated with CO2 guns water matured early. And you can see that when potatoes mature, they wither, and to the right, they withered and dried, almost dried before those treated with water, which are still green. And at this stage, that's when they were harvested, and both plots were harvested individually. The potatoes collected, counted, and then weighed. What was noticed was that most of the plants had about 3 or 4 tubers, big ones, and then a lot of small ones, several small ones. And for the purposes of this experiment, both the big tubers and the small ones were harvested, counted, and then weighed. Results. Treatment A, that is to say, potatoes that were treated with water, 217 potatoes were harvested from that plot, with a total weight of 7 kilograms. Weight per potato, when you divide the 7 kilograms divided by the potatoes, 217, you got about 32 grams, 0.03225 kilograms. That is just 32 grams. In plot treated with CO2 guns water, 147 potatoes were harvested with a total weight of 4.75 kilograms. When you do the same maths, dividing the total weight by the number of potatoes, we got the weight of potatoes to be the same as in plot A. That is to say, about 32 grams. That was significant in that these results show that even the potatoes that matured earlier by 2 weeks had matured enough to be of the same weight. Now, potatoes treated with guns water in plot B matured approximately 2 weeks earlier than those treated with water in plot A. There was no weight difference per potato in both plots. This is a good result as far as I'm concerned, because it shows first that maturity of plot B was faster. That means you could grow a crop in Kenya between seasons, like a short season between the main two seasons. You grow potatoes and harvest them in good time to plant the next crop. Also, this can be very important in terms of agriculture elsewhere in regions that have very short seasons, growing seasons or cropping seasons, especially in the Great Plains. Some of the places in the Great Plains have very short growing season because the winters go all the way sometimes to June. And to summarize, Gans water likely caused early potato maturing in plot B. And potatoes in Kenya vote yes for CO2 Gans, and I agree with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabuga. Can you, as an economist, if you look at this, we got a picture of the potatoes next to each other. We see on the right, even though you have a smaller numbers, but you have more of the size which is usable than the small ones on the left.
Yes.
Agriculture, especially like if we see this is a trial, we can do it in a more larger scale, hopefully when you go back to Kenya. In the countries like US, in Texas, where there's the water, underground water is literally depleting and farmers are reducing production because of the water, lack of underwater tables. This can make a huge difference when you got hundreds of hectares or thousands of hectares on the cultivation. What is important, I think what we heard with Benjamin too, we got to test this to see if they have organically changed or is it still the same. And one thing we have to see is, are these potatoes were genetically modified before you planted them, or are they local potatoes?
These ones are local potatoes.
Okay. What we have seen with the systems which, let's say the seeds have been genetically modified, when you use a CO2 water GANs or the GANs directly to soak the material in, you will find out that the genetically modified structure by organizations who try to control the seeds, because the seed is not in its DNA, is on the surface of it, is new and is not part of its structure, it loses all the genetic modification. So we go back to the original seed. We go back to original growth. Well, it'll be interesting to see if you can grow genetically modified seeds, which is now prevalent everywhere. Soak them in the CO2 water, and at the same time, then after an hour of soaking it, we draw them and cultivate them and see if they grow different than the others.
Oh, I definitely want to do that, and I look forward to doing that.
The other thing is, as you've seen, the Keshe Foundation Innovation Center will show you, we are producing copper pipes, which is nano-coated outside, for watering the potatoes, for example. You're watering the agriculture land, where when the fields interact with the water, they behave like a fertilizer. So it'll be interesting to see if the growth becomes more rapid, that if you don't just water them on their own, but you use water of the what you call water energized in a way of plasmatically, and you water them, maybe we get a bigger size as potatoes, because now you're just watering in natural water. So not only we put the seeds or the potatoes originally in the water of GANs, but we water them with a system where the GANs, the energy of it becomes part of the water itself, so continues to get energized. It'll be interesting to see if the size of potatoes grows, or the season becomes shorter for the harvesting. With that, you can harvest maybe in a shorter time.
Yes, and I think that would be possibly most likely to happen because I only submerge them in water and CO2 guns on the day of planting. If I had watered them, let's say, for example, weekly, I am sure that other changes would have materialized.
Could you test that again when you go back to Kenya for us, please, or anybody else who's testing?
Oh, definitely. I'll test even harvesting period. I'll test many ways. Like I would test when, for example, bee matures. I'll test both plots, and then I would have other plots in doubles. Then I'll test when the others matured, like a plot, and a lot of differences. This has potential to bring out a lot of differences that are not so obvious now.
One thing is, yeah, carry on, please.
Say that again?
I said carry on, please. You were speaking.
No, I just finished. I said that we have seen just a few results, but others can materialize when I continue with this research. And of course, I'll not only test potatoes, I'll test other crops too.
Thank you very much. Well, it'll be interesting to see if you can. We've seen a lot of report done by our people who support the Keshe Foundation in South America, reporting the same kind of thing. It's not the first time we see it. If you go on the Spanish-speaking part of the Keshe Foundation, you'll see them. They've done tests with chilies and other things, and they reported even putting the guns in there. Well, it'll be interesting to see if when you water these plants and you spray with the same water on the leaves, this will create an environment that the pests cannot live in it. So it can be used not only as a fertilizer, but as a pesticide too.
Yes, yes.
So this is what will be fundamentally important. Even in the water, in your potatoes, if you have all sorts of worms or whatever, how much of the harvest is lost because of the what they call subterranean animals, in a way, eating into it. So we think from our experiments in the past that once you've done this, because I've done exactly what you've done. I've done it about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And what is interesting is that what I call permafrost in the countries when there is a frost, we've seen it with the Chinese in the Chinese teachings. It will make the plant even frost resistant. We know this already from Chinese group of the Keshe Foundation when they showed us the Chinese cabbages before. So I'll be interested to see if the plant gets benefited both by the watering, and the same water can be creating a new environment that does not allow or does not require use of pesticides.
Yes.
What is interesting in our research in the past, and I'll see a lot of results coming from different parts of the world, is we don't go out to do what the present farming does. The present farming uses so much pesticide that it enters the cycle of the food itself in one way or another. Because when you use pesticide, it drops down on the floor when it gets washed by the rain or whatever, and it becomes part of the food chain in one way or another.
Yes.
This way, the food and the pesticide, and in a way, when you use a pesticide, you kill the animal. And it's not the way it works. We're changing the whole course. So the way we see the work of the CO2 or you can't even use CH3. You see a better result sometimes from the CH3. Energy conversion is much better. You change the environment that does not, animals don't want to live in it. You don't kill their life. You change the environment that the life which exists as a potato exists on its own merit. And
yes, and I have seen that actually because I don't use pesticides. I grow organic, and I have seen that when there is vigorous growth, pests do not necessarily like plants that are very healthy.
Yeah, it's a way when plants create a gravitational magnetic field which is tuned to the need of the energy of the pest. That's why they come to it. When you energize a plant, a shrub or a tree or whatever,
yes,
you give it an environment of that it does not suit the pest. So with this technology, we don't need any pesticides. We are done with. And we need to understand that you have to keep on. It's not that you just use pesticide once and it's gone and you do it second time. With this, as you water every day, you can put the energized system with the guns in it, that the water creates a continuous environment that is not suiting. This is important, I think, and we should consider it and monitor it, that we can change this back to the African nations where, as you said, in the countries especially like what we see in Sub-Sahara, the water is short. So if we can create by watering gas, just the same copper tubes you see behind you, copper wires, make it a copper tube that the water goes through it. And you can show us that the growth becomes to, let's say, 4 weeks, you get what you have, instead of 8 weeks or 10 weeks. In the places like we've seen with the hunger and everything else, the growth can be very short, the harvest is not lost, and you don't need that much water.
Yes, I agree. And of course, I also, as I said, I'm organic, so I never use pesticides in the first place.
So if we can use and see the effect of it as a pesticide, even if our Chinese community who's listening can do such a test for us, because they're very good in testing things in their field, or other countries, we can change the course of all the chemicals which is going into our food chain. Because you don't add, you just change the environment which the pest does not need to live without any affecting the food itself.
I agree.
That's fantastic. So we hopefully thank you very much for your participation. And as I said, Dr. Mugawa, we welcome you to the Keshe Foundation as you are heading to Kenya to head the Keshe Foundation Kenya for us. And the Keshe Foundation makes everything possible in creating a agricultural environment, and whatever you decide to do as a scientist, we support you and we finance it through the Keshe Foundation.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you don't forget to stay a student, because we need your knowledge.
Oh no, I don't. I would forget.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you indeed. Can we share?
I will stop mine.
Stop sharing that we can take to the next teaching. More, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Now, Rick, what's the next surprise for us?
Well, we do. We might have something from David Contreras. David, could you speak and see what you have? Maybe an update on your farming situation. I'll unmute you and see if you can speak there.
Okay. David Contreras is coming from Brazil.
Are you from Mexico or Brazil?
No, Mexico. From
Mexico, yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Too well.
Well, okay, I want to apologize first for, being a little behind right now with all these experiments. The farm had me taking a lot of my time here for the cycle, where at this point I'm growing the wheat as we, I wanted to do this year for organic wheat. And I wanted to do first a little report of what happened in last year with my corn. It really was a success in what I did, but I did. Yes?
Excuse me, David, do you have anything visual we can put on the screen?
I sent you a lot of pictures. I sent you a lot of pictures to Webmaster. Can you have access to those ones? from the unit prototypes units that I'm using for my wheat this cycle. I
Vince,
sent a lot of the pictures for you.
I don't get them at Webmasters, so you're not sending them to me. You're be sending them to Vince, and he has a very heavy load there at Webmaster.
Okay, because
just wait a second, please. Let him find it. Vince, you better show the pictures. Don't sending them to Rick to show them.
All right, what happened, I crashed a couple of my systems where I have a lot of really interested information for last year. One of my Macs got crashed and everything went to the hard drive and I wasn't able to recoup a lot of the information. But I do have a lot of stuff going on over there right now with the farm. And
when did your system crash?
Like 2 months ago, the thing crashed, and I couldn't recoup a lot of the info. And I did have some backups of those of my videos of my corn. And I kept sending some pictures before you of the different corns that I adapted. And I did have almost 7 varieties of corn that I harvest. And I'm ready for this cycle to repeat the growth. I'm preparing the land right now for the color. I call the color corn because these are color varieties that I did on the springtime in my first phase last year. And now I want to repeat the experiment to see if what I saw last year repeats this time, because there were some things, as I wrote to you, Mr. Kesh, about the corn producing corns on the male flower on top, something that I never saw it, Even the corn was producing grains in the male flower. It wasn't producing the corn in the center as they usually do. And I observed these anomalies, and I took the picture. Those are the pictures that I lost from my stuff that I'm recouping. But I can show you the corn hanging from the male flower on top of the corn. And I saw.
Can you let's go back step by step. You did this, and what did you use? Did you use the CO2 cans? What was the process you used last year?
Yes, that was my third phase of the corn. At this time, I set the conditions to use a lot of CO2, and also I use around the plot the same systems of the 3 circles. I put as you gave me the tips, to put the hoses around the ground to produce the permanent fertilizers as I was watering the plot. I put a circle around the plot of CO2, then I put the middle circle of CH3, and then I put a circle, a small one like a reactor type of thing, within the field. I use the 3 guns as a field in my corn plot that I did. I did have a lot of harvest of those. And there was plenty. A lot of people just came and took most of my seeds. We ate tamales. We make a lot of sweets that we do with the corn here. And everybody enjoyed the corn. And I kept almost a sack of the seeds that I selected for this year, from a variety of colors to a variety of what they call lines per corn. I adapted some of the seeds from South Mexico to North Mexico. And those seeds, maybe those are one of the pictures, yes, from my first phase, where corns were showing, 3 shoots and sometimes 2 shoots in the growing process. And a lot of those corns, like I showing the different corns, they were producing 3, 4, 5 corns per plant. Some of those, they developed well. Others, even they grew small size, they still produce some seeds in this small corn. It didn't produce yes, that, okay. Yeah, okay. You can show
Yeah,
please,
that'd be great.
just to do a little recap of what I did in the 2015. But I did have a lot of success in the this is my wheat right now. My wheat that I just planted on the 14th of January. This wheat is already producing around 7 shoots, and I'm trying to see if this wheat is going to produce more than, as you say, the wheat is going to behave as grass and produce more shoots. Already is the first month since I planted, and these little plants are already branching to 7 shoots. That means it's going to be
This
7.
is what we, excuse me, this is what we reported 3-4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
No.
usually it should be 1 shoot, am I correct?
Not really. There are some varieties where they had more than 1 shoot. And these ones I'm trying to see is as the months go, the weeks, I can record more like a bunch, growing around 1 seed. This is only 1 seed from this variety. This is the hard wheat from the area, from this area. Even though this wheat, as I wanted to do organic growing, practically the time it was difficult to get the seed, and I got the seed that regularly, everybody's planting. But what I did for the seed was blown into the ground, Then with a big tractor, I did a mixture of the 3 guns, and I coated the seed before it was buried by the tractor. That was my treatment of the nano coating for the seed, for the wheat.
Can you please repeat that again, please? What you did?
Okay, we got the regular seed that everybody was using here in the area. There was a call to plant about 500 hectares of wheat in the area. And I decided to be outside of the chemical thing and just apply guns, not any chemical. Everybody is applying urea and applying, the different chemicals. I'm overseeing another plot from another grower that he's growing the same stuff, but with urea, and I'm using only the application of the guns with my fertilizers that I'm creating. I sent some pictures about the fertilizers, the tips you gave me about using the bones and using, the nano-coated hoses to put in the ground for my vegetables, and I'm starting a new cycle for vegetables and for more corn, But I have 4.5 hectares of wheat that are growing with guns, and I divided the land into plots, into 2 hectares. One side I put only CO2. I mixed that in like a 500 liters of mixture that I did with guns and with the fertilizers that I'm creating. And I sprayed the seed before it was buried. That's what I explained at the beginning. One plot has CO2, the other one has 3 guns, CS3, CO2, and copper guns with silver guns. All of them were extracted from seawater. And that's the treatment that I did for the land. At this point, I'm ready to start throwing my nanomaterials as I did before. My nails, my pieces of metal all around the areas. That's an extra treatment that I'm doing to the land. The reason I'm doing this is because close to the area where I live, these are one of my units. These are my energizing units that I'm going to be using around my water, where the water comes to my land. This has the same ideas of the health routine, where you put these coils for the body. Well, I want to use it for the water. I want to put 2 of those coils around where the water comes out to energize the water and to also neutralize any chemical. This is my corn that I harvested from the last year, and they are being in a plasmatic soaking. The inside part is a device that I use to produce a field around the corn that is going to be prepared for planting. This has a double wall container that has the tree guns. And I'm producing the fields for a couple weeks around the corns. You know, the different, these are already selected according to the number of lines that every corn was producing, you know. I got corn from 8 lines, you know, 12, 14, 16, 18 lines. These are popcorns, this variety. This is one of the varieties of popcorn that I got. On these varieties, even they were not close to pollinate, you know, to self-pollinate. These varieties were showing anomalies too, you know, growing 5 corns or growing, you know, in different, like one corn will come on the top of the plant instead of the male flower. And at the same time, at the side of the corn, you will see a little pollinating branch. That's how the corn grows, you know, with the male branches to pollinate the middle where the ears are of the corn. And these are one of the varieties that I use from, these are the red corns and the pink, and I also got some yellow mixtures and some purple mixtures corns that I got in the harvesting time. Now, like I said, I've been selecting this corn to do my spring phase, where I want to plant the seeds again. And this is going to be the 3rd time that the seed is planted. The original, the one that I harvest, and this is going to be the 3rd time that I'm going to be planting the same seed. All of these were grown with the nanomaterials. Some of these were sprayed with the guns in my 3rd phase. I used only CO2, and like I say, a couple times I did spray the roots with copper to just, you know, kill some funguses on the ground in case that there was something. But I didn't see any problems with the thing. The only thing at the end of the year, because the cycle was a little off, this is the container that I used for the tractor to spray the 500 liters of mixture of CO2 with the fertilizers that I've been using, and also some. This is 1 liter of gums that I use of CO2, CH3, and the copper oxide that I use in my 500 liters per half, you know, of the land. Like
so
I say,
you don't use any chemicals, or you use
not all chemicals, only the guns. And
can I ask you a question before you go any further? Because you said a lot. You're giving us a lot of information. Because first of all, you're processing it in a natural way. The other thing which is interesting to know is, did you see any parasite in your structure compared to the other farmers?
Right now, what I'm observing right now is that between myself and another one, we planted the seed almost the same day. My seed, the wheat, has grown almost twice, and at that point, I have only given 2 irrigations, and this person has already more than 2 irrigations, and they put urea, and still my wheat is almost twice bigger than them. And then that's what I'm observing right today. I did some diggings, and that's what I found, that the wheat is producing from 3 to 7 shoots per seed. I mean, it's producing a lot of shoots. I'm hoping there's going to be more shoots, you know, and I want to have more tons per acre than the regular, you know.
Can I ask you a question? Because you said now is your 3rd year harvesting with with CO2?
With the nanomaterials, yeah, with the CO2 since I start, you know.
Okay.
But this land.
What I want to ask you, do you see, because you most probably been farming years before, if you have such a reference, or you can compare to the other farmers in your area, what is your harvest change? Is it less? Is it equal? Or you harvest more?
The situation is very interesting here. For example, for wheat wasn't grown for a few years in this area, and now wheat is coming back to be grown. And I don't have any comparison right now because of that. Just this year is going to be my comparison type with this type of growth, because, like I said, it's new. Oh, okay. Maybe Jan touched my because I am myself one. I like I said, I don't have right now my other system working. That's where I'm kind of holding the phone. You know,
yeah, but what is interesting, did you have any reduction last year compared to the first year in harvest, or was it the same?
Okay, last year what I did grow, it was some plots of the corn and some vegetables. I did have a lot of success in the vegetables that I grow, like in this beds that you see in front. I put a lot of lettuce. I put a lot of cabbage, broccoli, and cauliflower. I grew this. I mean, people were really amazed with what I harvest, because it will stay days outside in the heat, and the plant won't wither. It will keep strong, hydrated, you know, with the guns, you know, and with the at the same time the structure what I was doing.
Stop, please.
Yes.
No, because it's important. This brings something very important in line, because we got to learn from you. You are the tester. You said the plant does not dehydrate.
No, it didn't dehydrate. It took a long time for the plant to really go, you know, to wither outside. And I left it on purpose outside of my house. You know, when I was giving what I call the box. It's called the organic box for everybody. Everybody was getting, you know, a box with, you know, 2 lettuce, 1 cabbage, and then put in some cilantro seeds, put in some radishes. I was making a little, you know, a small box for everybody who was ordering for me, you know, from the organic stuff that I was growing. And those will get strong, you know, outside. Even in June and July, you know, when the heat is strong, you know, the plants will last longer, you know, with this application.
Because
you know?
we've seen the reverse with the Chinese agriculture report, where they showed us that the plant will not freeze. So the CO2 works on both ways, both as a stop dehydration, and on the other hand, it stops the frost. The frost cannot affect it. Because the Chinese showed both fields next to each other, we could clearly see the difference.
Yeah, I did have a little problem with that part. You know, I didn't spray enough CO2 in my corn at the end of the year, where, you know, one day the frost came. It did kind of, you know, affected the leaves of the corn, but the plant still kept alive until the end of the cycle from my corn that I harvest, you know. And even though I put the rings of protection around the plot, still, you know, the corn got a little hit, you know, with that. But still, a lot of the seeds were saved, you know. It didn't affect.
But if it was if you then used the CO2, what was your opinion? What would have been the difference?
I was thinking if I was using more of the application of CO2, it will help, because I did saw the growth of the corn. A lot of corn was grown in that spot, because that third phase, that's the one that I use the application of the GANs. In the other plots, I use the application of the nanomaterials on the ground, but not those plants were not sprayed with the GANs, as I did with the last phase. And I did
there is
see
no
the
photos on the
production.
live stream, Rick. Sorry, 1 second. There's a message.
Okay.
There's no photos on the live stream, Rick. Can you check, please? I see. Okay, carry on.
Yeah,
Sorry
it's
about
fine.
Okay, all right. When I did the application of the GANs for these plants, for the third phase of the corn, that's when I saw the anomalies in the corn, where I was seeing, male flowers producing corn. Where you say sometimes that the plant will revert to the original makeup, the blueprint, where the corn was growing in the Americas, in different way how we have adapted the corn to this time. And I saw grains coming on the male flower on top, like a wheat, and any other plant that would produce the grains as wheat. But those grains were on the top.
Could you harvest them? Could you harvest?
What happened, the birds, I wanted to protect us in some of the time, the little birds just have a feast with some of those. But I kept,
Can I ask a question? I'm going back, asking a question. If you planted male and female seed, and you saw the males growing seeds as females do, does this
No, it doesn't work like that with the corn. Corn is pollinate by itself, and corn has the male flower on top, and the ears has the little hairs that receive the pollen. This plant will have on the same part, the top part, it will produce a little corn coming from the male flower. It will hang the corn. And that's one of the pictures that I lost. I'm trying to recoup and send you a picture. You can see the little corn hanging from the top, not in the center where the corn regular grows, And also, some of the corns, the little pollinated sacs that have the male flower will produce, or it was producing the seeds on top, instead from the corn as a regular way how the corn grows. These male flowers were producing seeds, corn seeds.
Yeah, okay. Now what I'm going to come to is just to add something, just to ask others who are on our line, listen to this. Maybe they can enlighten us, but it's a question which raises. And the question raises, did the male come first or the female? Or does the female has come from the male? If the male section is producing fruit or corn, does the process changes the going back to the origin? Or did the man come first or the female come first?
Good question. But what I'm observing right now with the corn, I'm trying to repeat the experiment to see if I get this of the units. These are the units that I'm preparing for energizing the water. The same way with the health machine, I'm going to be using.
Where are you putting this? Where are you putting this unit?
Around where the water comes out. These are my 4-star, These are
I remember that.
These are putting around the pipes. That's where the water comes for the land. I'm going to be putting those, and I'm going to be broadcasting around here in a structure similar to the health machine, like the one that Renan is doing. I'm going to put this, and I'm going to broadcast my different fertilizers, and also I want to energize the water. All these are nano-coated and ready to be energized with.
But I think you need to cover them that you don't lose the coating. You have to cover if you're hanging these inside.
Those are not going to be touching the water. That's going to be outside. Broadcasting the information. It's going to be a close where the flow of the water, because the water by itself.
Yeah, why don't you, let's see, why don't you put your collar around the pipe itself?
Yeah, that was another idea that I got. But with this, because the little tube that I have inside, I'm doing the nano in these little containers in the right side. They will have a little tube that will have the fertilizers that I'm doing from the different materials that I have in the land. Like I have used the bones of the cow, and then I burned those, and I burned some corn from the last period, and I use the corn ashes with the salsa dust with the NaOH to create the concentrates. That the moment that I use my plasmatic batteries and activate those coils, those are going to broadcast the field to the water and energize the water with the fertilizers as a field action. The water is going to remember the memory. It's going to be energized. And at the same time, it's going to be neutralize any other chemical memory that the water might have from the underground. That's my idea, is to broadcast as the way the feel of the guns that I'm creating with the different fertilizers, and I'm using different minerals. I use different clays to create a clay mixture of fertilizers that will have all the minerals that will go broadcast to the water. As you say, when we broadcast these units, the animals won't need to kill another prey to eat. Well, why don't we spray and do the same thing to the plants? Just feed the plants the same way. And my idea is to come through the water to use the broadcasting system with the coils, as we're doing for the health devices. Why don't we do the same thing, But my idea is to put in the center of the plasma field to pull these test tubes that will have the concentrates there. I could use, CH3 in just one spiral, or I can use a composite gun that will have all the fertilizers that the plant needs to grow. And that's my prototypes that I'm creating to structure the water through the gun's field, when the water comes out of the tube. And that's I start working today with the prototypes. And what I came about is these ping pong balls that have the magnetite. I nano-coated the black sand magnetite. Those right here, these little balls are going to be filled with black sand magnetite, nano, and inside each ball, because I want to try to duplicate the star system, where the three balls in the center are going to have the three guns. It's going to be filled with the magnetite nano with a different guns for each one, and the upper one is going to have a composite gun together. Water will flow through there, and it will make a spiral. I will repeat the same process, the same system, and I will put the three coils too, and those coils are going to get activated. In the moment the water flows through there, water is going to be purified from the memory through the process of the vortex that is going to be created inside. I could, protect the spirals, excuse me, or I can just let it go like that and let the water run through. Those are already nano-coated, the ping pong balls. And like I said, they're going to be filled with the magnetite, which each one is going to have a different guns. Plus, that is going to be only the first section where the water comes. when the water goes out, it's going to have a number of ping pong balls in the same arrangement of the 4 stars. But this one, I'm going to have the different fertilizers that I want the water to be imbued and be charged for the growing of the wheat. That's one of my experiments. Right here, you have another.
I think you better cover the coils which they come in touch with the water. I think after a short time, there'll be no nanocoating left on them.
Yeah, my idea is those spirals are going to be locked in a little clear tubing. It's going to be a lot of a clear tubing around the spiral that is going to be touching the water, if the water is going to be running through there. But then I'm copying the system that Renner was doing with the tube inside the tube. But the tube inside the tube is going to have the magnetite with the different guns, and the water is going to flow freely in the middle, and that will also energize the water because I already have experience in that system. I did it a year before. I did a tube that is one of the pictures I send. There is a long tube that has the magnetite inside with the guns. That's one of my previous experiments that I did to structure the water with magnetite. The reason why I'm saying magnetite is because the magnetite has the natural magnetism of the Earth. It doesn't have this frequency created by the...
Let me explain. Let me correct you. You are mixing a lot of sciences together just to justify. This doesn't exist. There is no frequency in plasma, and there is no resonance. So what you do, you don't magnetize the water. Magnetizing is a single word, but you're using both gravitational and magnetical field. So what you're doing is changing the plasma of the water. The information I changed the information. The plasma does not carry information, it carries a strength. That is its information.
What I was talking, I understand that.
Because if we use the right terminology, then we understand it in a correct way. You're doing a fantastic job. I've seen your work before. But the only thing is, I think you better cover anything which comes with the water direct in your system should not be nano-coated unless you can cover them. That then you don't pass on nanomaterial and you pass the energy of it.
Yeah, my one of the devices, the ping pong balls are I did nanocoat those in the outside, but the magnetite is getting inside the ping pong balls. The idea, what I was saying before about the magnetism, I'm not using in the sense of how the magnets are created, with this 60 hertz current. The natural magnetism of the magnetite that I'm getting is the natural, stones has magnetism that the planet, kind of energized to be magnetite. I'm using those kind of black sun magnetite as a field of the guns, field of the plasma.
Let's put it in a different way. Even if the stone use a magnetite, or you call it the stone is magnetized, now that we have expanded the knowledge, the stone itself carries a plasma. You get both the field the stone takes and gives. So now that we understand more, it's better to use the right understanding. And this is important because anything, especially when you put it in the water, we know it's hydrogen and oxygen is in a plasmatic condition. So if you give it magnetism, just where does it go, the gravity? What does it give to if it takes? So now that we know more, if we use the right terminology, you increase the energy of its plasma.
Yes.
So, you are the teachers, you are the heads of these sections in teaching us. If we use the right terminology from the beginning, then people understand it because the mind frame stays in the plasma, please.
Yeah, I want to increase the plasma field of the water through the action of the natural plasma field that the magnetic magnetite has, and because I'm putting the GaNs in the mixture of the nano that I did, you know, I got the magnetite as you would get a regular magnet, and I did the nanocoating process. And each little ping pong ball is going to have a different GaNs inside. Those are going to be the areas where the water is going to vortex through to get energized when it goes to irrigate the field.
Can we use this as a blueprint, please, Renan? Renan, are you in the background?
I already sent an idea, Renan, about what one of my prototypes that I was trying to share, you know. But I need to give more details of one of the units that I'm doing, because, you know, the similar process that Renan is doing with coiling the pipe around the other tube, you know, the water pipe. I can use the same system, and I already did it with the magnetite, you know, and I protected the sheet that goes outside, and the water just runs freely through the inside. But this time, the upper field, the tube within the tube is filled with the field of the magnetite with a mixture of the GaNs. The water is going to be energized by the field, you know. And the other one I using the coil, but I'm doing the infinite loop inside the tube. I'm putting 7 infinite loops, and those infinite loops, nanocoat wire, is going to be filled with also with a magnetite with GaNs. It's going to be a strong field that the water that runs in the center of the unit that irrigates the land is going to be charged with the field of these GaNs, you know, of the plasma. I would say the plasma field produced by the GaNs in the tube is going to energize the water. And I'm hoping that your opinion, see what you think, is that also will neutralize the memory of what it has from the chemicals that you get from, you know, from the underground. I'm trying to organize back the water, to structure the water through this system that the plants will receive a broadcast of the fertilizers that I'm putting in every, you know, and every coil is being using the same system that with the help pen, you know, every coil is being baked with different fertilizers before I put them inside this little plastic tube. These ones are just samples. The ones that are going to be running through the inside are going to be protected in this plastic tube. And I have a hole through the top of the PVC pipe where I'm going to seal it with silicone. But those are going to be energized with the plasma batteries to create the same thing with the help and the helmet type of thing, you know. But those are going to be close to the water pipe where the water is, you know, going to the field. That was one of the prototypes that I want to develop, you know. And this is going to be used for my third irrigation phase. I already gave 2 irrigations to the wheat. And this is going to be my third prototype. And now I would say this is going to be my third phase where I want to use this prototype to irrigate the wheat. And from there, I'm going to be taking more data to see how the wheat are going to start measuring the bricks, the content, how the wheat is getting the nutrients. I'm going to start measuring from this week, you know, extracting some wheat and do my spectrography. I'm using my spectrometer to measure the bricks, the sugar content that this process is going to be, you know, developing. And also I'm going to be using these systems in my vegetables too, because I'm going to be putting underground, I want to bury those, and water is going to flow through those areas where the vegetables are going to be receiving the water. That's going to be part of the experiment too now for the vegetables with these units. Right here, the ones that you see, these little bowls, they have the spirals similar to the 90 degrees, but these ones can be dropped in my water reservoir to also energize the water in my reservoir. I could put one inside too.
If we've done this experiment, those of you who have a reservoir for water for agriculture or swimming pool, where you see a lot of algae are growing in the water, we have tested and we have put a small piece of nano-coated copper in a plastic bag and we have hung it in the water. For past 3, 4, 5 months, we saw no algae at all, where before we have to clean them off the wall. So if you are using water tanks or water reserves, a small piece, we're using a 10 by 15 centimeter, if that, in a swimming pool, and we haven't seen any algae, which is very, very unusual. So in your water tanks, you can put algae to determine if there are any algae.
All right. I was thinking in using the same sponges, and I was trying to ask you if the water will run through the nanomaterials, as you did in the Fukushima experiment, where they were put this thing to purify the water. What is the effect that if my water runs through those copper things into my field? It will kill all the microflora of the ground because just running through the copper, or will also change the pH of the water when it runs through there. Will that affect the growth of the field? Hello? You hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Because I was trying to develop different prototypes. I want to develop the ones with the copper is not going to be touching the water, only the field of the plasma is going to be touching the inside where the water flows. But I wanted to do some tests where I can flow through these, nano-coated copper pipes to inside to see if that could be used as a sanitizer instead of using the insecticides or anything, herbicides, to use a copper pipe to spray also for the protection of some pests or any.
Yeah, this is what we suggested with an hour ago with the discussion in respect to the potatoes in Kenya. This is what we think it is because we tested it and we don't see parasite. Maybe it attracts new parasites, but what we've seen up to now, there is no parasite.
So I do have a couple prototypes I'm going to be developing in that sense to just spray the plant. The ones that I see that are getting sick, not every single plant, and I'm going to spray to all of them. I'm going to use it as a control device for these things. But my whole idea is to broadcast from these. These are the tops that you put in the PVC pipes, where I'm putting the spirals here, 2 spirals, one at 90 degrees phase right there. And in the inside of each little cup is the little test tube that has the different, either different guns or different fertilizers that I'm growing to broadcast to the wild. I don't know, I saw that we can, feed from them. I was thinking, feeding the water through all the fertilizers and using with my bones, with my seed guns, and the different.
But does does your plant need these things?
Well, wheat needs a lot of the nutrients because I'm not using no fertilizers like everybody's using here.
But do you need to put these things inside, or would the field of what is created in those coils is sufficient enough?
Well, I don't know, but when you mentioned that we can create these fertilizers, these nano from the bones, from the different ashes, and then do the whole nano process we have been learning, I came with the process of broadcasting through the same system. These
it's a good idea.
signatures, these signatures. Maybe I would say, well, I don't need to apply any fertilizers.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? We're done with other people who brought us the knowledge today. What can you? We know you. You came to us in other teachings. Can you explain to us what's your background and what do you do?
Well, I went to school to be a biochemist. I went to, here in Mexico for one of the universities, and I went then to Arizona State University to finish my degree in biochemistry. But then I sidetracked on the health field. And I am a therapist, and like I say, I always like to come with a way how to help, people with a better nutrition and things. And this time, I decided to go to the nutrition part where I will grow organically, all the food. And then that's when I start, working in the field. Even though since I was little, I was growing corn, it was part of my makeup, just to grow these different things. But this time when I saw your first video and I started learning, I started, my mind started clicking and started, thinking about different ways of growing. And that's what I dedicate part of the research to the food production. And to better organic, try to create a bank seed of pure seeds, And I'm recouping some of the seeds that we lost here in my area, like corn. We lost the seed of the corn through the, I would say, manipulation or whatever, Now people that have the seed, and then I'm reproducing the seed that we lost in the area. That's part of my experiment too with this technology.
Can I ask you another question? I asked before, somehow we got to get an answer to it. Compared in the corn side, compared to the past, did you have an increase? You said you see 2 or 3 or 5 corn. What was the harvest more than before, and how much, or less than before, how much?
Well, in my experience before, I never saw, corns producing plants, 4 corns or 5 corns from the varieties that we grow here in this valley. I didn't see more than 2, corns per plant. This time I saw, 5 in, developing.
Yeah, but the harvest end product.
The harvest, I did produce this. The ones that I used with CO2, it did produce a lot, and I saw the huge corns that came, from the application of the guns in the fields that I created, because I created the 3 circles as the energy units, magnet units.
Could you give us a ratio compared to the others? How much more? Is it equal, 10% more? 10%?
No, I would say, if I compare with my first and second phase that I put, because I was using different conditions every time, my third phase went almost, I would say, almost double the production that I have from my first and second phase. I saw the corn more strong and more thick. They were, that's the reason I have 7 varieties of corn with the different ears, you know. I mean, different lines. I got corns that produce it, you know, like a per line of corns from, you know, from 8 to 18. And those were thick corns, you know. I saw really the production, they was really better than these.
What about the taste and the texture?
Well, the taste, that's the reason I did take some pictures when we make some tamales and some sweet things that we do with the corn syrup, you know, with the milk of the corn. We did really good milk candies with them, and it was delicious. You know, everybody, you know, almost has to be careful that nobody took all my corn that I grew with the nanomaterials, you know, and everybody enjoyed it. You know, it was really tasty, it was really good. And I don't have those pictures here, but you know, I have the savoring that we did of this corn with the traditional dishes we do in Mexico, you know, with tamales and with sweet fruity that we do with the corn, you know, leche de lote we call it, and it was really good. People enjoy it, you know. But like I said, I wanna duplicate this time because I have the original seeds grown already with the nanomaterials. Now I want to see the effect that I want to have in the fourth phase of growing. You know, that's going to be the third phase, the third time the seed being sown, you know, in the area. And from there, it's going to give me a better idea, you know, of what happened with the seeds, with the nanomaterials and with the guns, you know. And now because this land is already being treated with the guns, I sprayed the guns in the land. And like I say, I made a mixture of the 3 guns and I sprayed with a big tractor, you know, and fumigated the land with the nanomaterials. Especially, let's say, the weed. My idea is because the weed can prepare with a pink herbicide that they use around the plant. I wanted to neutralize the chemical effect that the people put on the seeds, because I couldn't get the organic seeds. I wanted to neutralize that. Is I wanted your opinion to decontaminate, you know, any traces of those chemicals. That's the reason I sprayed the whole guns, you know, to see if I could cause a neutralizing effect on the seed before it was there.
Okay, can you, Rick, can you go on to the message and you got the Bernardo Becara? Can you take this gentleman out of the chat? And go to the other side.
Sure, Mr. Cash.
He's making a lot of nonsense comments in the background.
Yes, I know. I just warned him about that.
Yeah, take him out. Ban him from all the chat rooms and Zoom, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Carry on, please.
Okay, like the production that is going to be coming this year with the land being already prepared with the guns, are going to start the application of the nanomaterials, the different metals that I'm going to be spraying as I did it before in the different plants, where I grew the biomass of the chili peppers grew almost 3 times bigger as the first cycle, you know.
I remember you telling us that last time.
Yes, I'm going to repeat the same thing this year, and I'm going to do a comparison with the last year, you know. I already got it almost short, all the chili peppers, and I'm putting again the little rings as we did before, you know, when we start with the rings, the CO2 rings, the little hoses with the guns. I'm going to do the same, repeat again, and start, you know, recording info this time, you know, making sure I have some backups, you know.
Thank you very much. Is this all you can share with us, or because we have other people waiting in the background?
Well, at this time there will be an update that that I want to be keeping an update
I think what we got to do, I've set up a agriculture at Keshe Foundation, agriculture.keshefoundation.org, and I've set up a chat room in the background for the agriculture team. We need to open a section for agriculturists to record their testimonials. So if you go into the Keshe Foundation, agriculture.keshefoundation.org, we will set up a system that people can put only agricultural testimonies in there, like we do with the other side. Okay, if people can put in that the others can benefit by it, and how we can do it. Carry on, please.
Okay. As soon as I get my prototypes already working, I'll send to Renan if they want to have the blueprint of the prototype that I'm going to be using for energizing the water.
If you send it as it is, because I've seen some beautiful designs from you, and we let the others parallel use them. When you change it, you add to it, let us know. It gets added to Blueprint by Brennan in the background.
Okay, perfect. As soon as I'm going to do the PDF of the measurements and everything, and it can be available for everybody, to.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. And you've been with us for some time. I'm sure we'll come back to sharing knowledge. And if you can join our agricultural group, because
all right, sure.
What I know I think you're teaching as part of the teaching group. Am I correct?
Well, they were asking me to start doing the teaching on that part with Rainier. He was asking me if he wanted to teach, and to say I'm ready. I can teach you whatever I'm learning here and whatever I can, my experience in the agriculture. I don't know at this point how things gonna work, but I'll be open to also teach. And I'm gonna be already the group that's gonna be growing here, and working with me. I'm gonna start teaching some of the classes here locally,
Thank you very much indeed. We try to put the agriculture channel in the coming time as we're growing. There are sectors like the health. Doctors can come and teach each other, and we do agriculture. So we have created the spaceship, we have created the agriculture, and I think we need to have agriculture as part of the teaching on its own, the same as health. It just needs time to get there. Thank you very much for being with us and sharing your knowledge. I enjoy watching you very much. I enjoyed watching you last time. Thank you for your time. Who do we have next, Rick? Hello.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Well, we've got a couple of other things. There was a Miguel that is on here, and I think it's the same Miguel that Vactang from Australia was speaking of, that visited him, and he wanted to be on the workshop. Is Miguel? Is it the same Miguel? I'll unmute you.
What is it? What does he want to show? Is it to do with the agriculture?
Can you hear me?
Let's find out from him himself. Hi, Miguel.
You carry on.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
What are you going to show us, Miguel? Please.
I want to show you a cube, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear me?
Yes. What is the cube?
Hold on a second. Let me.
For what purpose?
Yeah. What topic are you want to discuss?
The topic. I am wondering if we can use the cube to extract the energy to decrease the earthquake effects.
That I don't know, and we got to see the cube. Today is agriculture.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Come back on Tuesday and we'll look, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed.
That's better.
Can we go to Renan? Renan, what do you have to show us on your agriculture side on the Innovation Center?
Yes, sir. I will.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
I think we have to. We just.
Hello, sir. Yes.
Mute one.
Thank you. I had a feedback a while ago, so I need to off the other computer.
No problem.
So, okay, I would like to. Douglas will be the one to present his work. I'll be sharing the screen, and I think Douglas is online.
Douglas is from United States, part of the innovation group of the Keshe Foundation, I presume.
Yes, sir. That's Douglas.
Douglas, okay.
Yeah, I've just promoted them now. Yep.
Renan, you have some of the work of the participants. If you can make them into a blueprint and post them on the blueprint section, agricultural blueprint, please.
Yes, sir. I will prepare that folder as well so that it will be ready for posting. We'll just collate all the information. So I will share screen for Douglas' presentation. Are you up, Douglas?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
okay.
Douglas. How are you? Hello.
Yes, sir. I think he's ready there.
We are waiting for you to enlighten us.
I have a blank screen. Is he sharing the screen?
You're still waiting for Brendan to share a screen there.
I'm going to stand
here
off
it comes.
and you carry on.
There we go.
Okay, Douglas, you can start.
Okay. These plasma devices that are used are nano-coated metal tubes, water energizing tubes, and plasma water energizing tubes using CO2 GaNs, using a copper nano-coated tube, and using a copper-coated nano-coated coil with CO2 GaNs. These plasma devices are used to energize water and also raise alkalinity in water for agricultural uses. The nano-coated metal tubes, the water energizing tubes, is what we refer to them, have a coupled together with a zinc tube, a PVC coupling, a copper nano-coated piece of, actually there's several pieces inside the tube here, and then an iron tube, and then another plastic fitting on the end here that connects to an inline agricultural system to decontaminate water, raise the pH level, and also filter, I have found out. This is the tube that you just seen in the schematic that I have created out of parts, some new, some I had laying around the house. The half-inch copper, and we got brass and a brass elbow and a half-inch brass hard pipe with commingled with black iron and an 1.25 inch galvanized water line. We don't use these in the United States for water except in places for farm use. We don't use it for potable drinking water anymore. But inside this tube, you'll see underneath it, there's several series of coil nano-coated copper. They're 26 millimeters wide, and they're 13 inches long, and there are 4 of them, ranging in sizes from 3/8 all the way up to 1 inch in diameter. I used a wooden dowel rod to wrap these around in a counterclockwise direction, and they're inside of each other, and they fit inside of the galvanized tube. And
do we have a blueprint of this, please?
Yes, sir.
You have winded it. No, the tube winding you show us. You said you nano-winded it. You winded it anti-clockwise.
Yes, sir. Right here. I didn't actually draw a blueprint of this. We can make one real quick.
Yeah, it has to be done because people can see what they have.
Yes, sir. No problem. I found when I put this inside the filtration device. You know, it was used as a nano coating energizer is what it was used for, to energize and supply nutrients for plant growth. What I found in the process of using this is that it also works as a filter. It collects things, sediments, and it attracts it like an ionizer, is the only way I could describe it.
But the water, does the water touch the material direct?
On this one, yes.
You cannot do that because
it goes through another filtration stage.
Okay, but we cannot. This is part of the way we work. Anything which we consume at the end cannot be directly in touch with nanomaterial.
Yeah, this is at the beginning, sir, of the filtration system.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Carry on.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the system.
Yeah, carry on.
The water comes in over here on the right side of the page. If we could go back to that last page so I could clarify some things for some people. The water comes in on the right side of the page over here in the half-inch.
Slow down. Slow down. We've got to learn. It's not just to show. We've got to learn in a nice way. You're showing us beautiful things. Just take your time.
Yes, sir. I'm just nervous.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you to slow down.
On the right side of the page, you'll see a half-inch copper hard pipe, and this is the inlet side of the water that comes from the reservoir tank in the bottom. It comes up and goes through the brass, through the black iron, through the what I call the filtration, the nano-coated filtration device, and then outside and down the vinyl tubing. Now we can go to the next page, Ernie. Down to yes, you can show the blueprint of the coil, and then there's now this is the coil that Mr. Kesh has said that we advised us on. It's nano coated, caustic coated, and fire coated, and caustic steam coated. The copper on the inside is a 1/4 inch copper hard tubing that's been caustic coated and steam coated and fire coated. And the vinyl tubing has been caustic coated on the inside. The vinyl tubing holds the CO2 GANTs, and the water goes through the copper tubing on the inside that does not have any GANTs or anything on the inside of the copper tubing.
And I will just like to add, there's additional design that can be possible. If you don't have any copper tubing, you can use your coils instead of wrapping, so you can use coils to wrap around in case you don't have copper tubing available but you have wires, so you can also try it.
Ah, that's fantastic. But how do you get the coils inside the pipe?
Well, on my instance, Mr. Kesh, as far as the tubing, I had to have help with my daughters, and they stretched out the tubing, and then the vinyl tubing, because that's the hardest part, because it likes to roll back up on you, and while I inserted the copper tubing inside the vinyl tubing. So I had to have help with my daughters.
Yeah, there were 3 people working with this system. For this one, is almost this is 0.75 meters long, and it took 10 meters of coils to just wrap around the hose inside, and we wrap it around with another transparent hose to protect the coils. And this we can put CO2 GANs inside the transparent hose, so the hose inside will only receive the energy of the coil and the coil and the GANs. So there will be no contamination from the materials.
Very much. Carry on.
So let's continue with the experiment of Douglas with using those devices on above.
Yes, sir. The first thing that I noticed when I done my experiment was I done a 15-minute interval test on the first hour, and I was using regular tap water in the reservoir, and in the reservoir my tap water registered a pH of 7.2, and undissolved solids a parts per million of 223. Within 15 minutes, my pH had dropped down, had went up to 7.6. My parts per million had dropped to 5. Within another 15 minutes, my parts per million went up to 7. The pH 7.3. The next 15-minute interval, the pH jumped to 7.5, and parts per million stayed at 7. And the last 15-minute interval, which would be an hour later, my pH jumped to 7.5 with a parts per million at 9. 24 hours later, the pH had risen to 7.6, and with undissolved solids at 26 and 13 parts per million, confirming that the pH and all the undissolved solids and parts per million were being increased by the effects of the nano-coated structure.
What is that melon doing in your drawing we missed? What was that melon on the top?
That's just a picture of a cantaloupe.
Yeah.
That's one of the controlled experiments that we're using. It's a picture as a reference to, so people know what seeds and the plants that we're fixing to show that we're growing.
Are you using those seeds?
I'm using organically grown seeds that I grew here on my yard in 2013.
Okay, so is those melons inside these are the seeds you collected?
Yes, well, not those particular melons, but one similar
It
to.
was very appetizing, so I just
Yes.
want to.
Yes. Yes. Hard to keep melons with 3 daughters.
Yeah, carry on.
The control experiment is ordinary growing in reverse osmosis water. And specimen B was in CO2 GANs in soil, four seeds at first, then I transplanted 2 of the specimens and 1 specimen into and 2 different apparatuses. Specimen 3, which is specimen C, was a drip feed with nano-coated copper RO tap water filtration device. Specimen D is an aeroponics high-pressure mist bucket with CO2.
Slow down, you're going too fast.
I'm sorry, Mr. Case.
Slow down.
Yes, specimen C is a drip feed, which is a continuous drip feed off of the structure you've seen earlier, which you'll see more of here in a minute, with a nano-coated copper RO, which is reverse osmosis water, tap water filtration device. The water comes out of my RO filter at right around 7.0 to 7.03, depending. And specimen D is an aeroponics high-pressure mist bucket system with CO2 GANs only in it, and 2 gallons. And I have the mixture of the CO2 GANs at 20 milliliters of CO2 GANs per 2 gallons of RO water, which is some really clean water. And I have phenomenal results from the high pressure bucket, as we'll see here shortly. Phenomenal root growth. These are the seeds that that I had to put in CO2 GANs water and tap water during the germination process.
How long did you put them in there?
The CO2 seeds germinated faster by 3 days than the RO water. They were actually, those dates are from my first experiment, and we had an emergency here and something happened, so I restarted the experiment on the 10th with regermination on the 10th of January, and on the 16th of January I planted them in the soil, which you'll see here shortly because Renan's already updated the file. So the CO2 GANs went then in the soil. I put them both in the soil at the same day, and this is day 10 from germination, and you can see on the right the CO2 GANs in the soil, and you can see on the left the different comparisons. Now these are both under an 18-watt fluorescent bright light or bright white light, minimal wattage. The CO2 GANs in the soil, I have noticed throughout the testing procedure that, and all my data confirms that the CO2 holds a special property that allows moisture to be retained in the soil, whereas the regular RO water on the left here, I have to water every other day. The CO2 GANs, I only have to water once a week.
This is in line with what we saw with the test in Kenya.
Yes, sir.
You get faster, so you don't use that much. And this we have seen a long time. This is why we said these seeds are perfect for Africa. Places like Biafra, where there's always very short summer, where very little rain, these seeds are perfect. It answers the hunger. We know this for a long time now. That you're showing us clearly the application.
And if you'll notice, the really uniform, equal growth is, I like to use the word Mr. Kesh uses, is correct in the CO2 GANs on the right. All the plants are of equal height, equal growth, and they all look terrific. And you'll see the ones on the left in the RO condition that they, one looks, they've all got some kind of little deformity to them, it would appear. They're not growing equally, and they're not healthy and vibrant looking.
Can you tell us what does you have a RO water? Can you explain to us what it is?
Yes, sir. That is a reverse osmosis is what that is. It's a water filtration device system that is set up in household residential applications and commercial too, but mine is set up for residential, and it's a 7-stage filtration system that takes out 99.9% of all undissolved solids, parts per million, and chlorine, contaminants. It'll take just about anything out except nuclear material.
So you're not actually feeding the poor chap. That's why it's so deformed.
Yes, exactly.
You gotta give him a normal water. You're starving him. It's got nothing to live on. I would have been very, very careful with this, because you have to use a normal water, not the water which is cleaned out. In the nature, we don't have a cleaned out water. So carry on, please.
Yes, sir.
Use
usually in the first stages of plant growth, we find that there's enough in the nutrients in the soil itself for the plant to get through the first 3 weeks of the stages of life without any nutrients at all. So being the case there, you can see that there's a big difference in the CO2 compared to the RO. This is the initial setup that I had started before I moved to the bigger room. And as you can see, the water filtration device in the back corner there going around, the pump pumps it through, and it goes back and through a continuous feed into a waterfall, creating aeration. So there's no need for an air pump. It's supplying oxygen into the water. The continuous drip feed is going to the C bucket, the one listed as C, and the D bucket is another controlled plant, and the A bucket is the RO plants, the RO water plants that I had just sitting up there under the light. I had all these plants under the light while I was building the other room. This was a temporary setup so I could keep everything running according to the way we were working the schedule until I could get the room built.
Carry on, please.
This is after the plants were separated, and I left the one in the CO2 GANs soil, and these are the ones in the RO soil here. The ones, there were 4 in each when we started, and the 4 got separated from the soil, and the 4 got separated from the CO2 GANs. 1 was left in the soil, 2 were put into a drip stage, and 1 was put into the aeroponics mist bucket with CO2 GANs. These are the first, like I said, these are the first pictures of the initial drip stage that I just rigged up temporarily until we could get the ag room built. And this shows the plants being fed. And this shows the growth at day 24. And you can see the soils. This is really good soil. This is potting soil that I got from my wife's flower bed around her roses. She doesn't know that though. And over on the right we have the CO2 GANs, and as you can see, the soil is not near as good as around the CO2 GANs. I just grabbed some soil out of the yard for it, and the plant is 3 times the size of the other ones. And there's still no uniform growth on the RO water plants. This is the high pressure aeroponics mist bucket. There are a series of high pressure jets with a pump inside of a bucket with a net basket with hydroton clay pellets. These are neutral. They won't hold nutrients, and they don't have nutrients, and they don't supply nutrients. They are just a medium for growing in, to show people that we can grow plants in any condition, whether it be sand, rock, clay, whatever, using the CO2 GANs. This bucket has only 2 gallons of reverse osmosis water, which is pH at 7.0 and 5 parts per million, with 20 milliliters of CO2 GANs added to the water. This is set in an interval of every 4 hours. It clicks on every 4 hours by a timing system, and waters the plant for 15 minutes intervals every 4 hours, or 4 times a day, every 6 hours, sorry. This is another updated picture. This is the bucket on the right side after I had just transplanted the plant. So it was going through transplant shock for a few days. I think it was about 3 or 4 days it took to settle out. On the left, we have the drip feed, still in its temporary position. Oh, I've got a visitor on that one. Looks like a fly was visiting us. And you can see the 2 drip feed plants are really taking off to their new environment, and they're really loving the energized water that they're receiving from the nanostructures. Here's another picture comparing the RO plant to the CO2 GANs plant. As you can see, the notable difference in size to the CO2 on the right compared to the RO on the left. And this is at day 30. This is also at day 30. And for the first time in my life, and I've been farming most of my life and growing cantaloupes for a long time, I have flowers on cantaloupe plants in 30 days. Now, this is a first for me, and this is in the nano-coated copper structure that's on the continuous drip feed. The aeroponics bucket on the right here, you can see, is a slight discoloration. This is still going through transplant shock. Here we see the cantaloupe plants again at day 33, and once again the CO2 GANs, as you can see, the root structure underneath there is just really taking off. The lower leaves are starting to deplete the energy sources from them and dry up, which is a normal reaction in plant growth. And on the left, we see the RO plants are vibrant and green, but still lacking in the growth structure and the root structure as the CO2 GANs plant. On day 33, we noticed that on the aeroponics mist bucket that the plant has finally overcome its transitional shock period from transplant. And we look over on the drip feed nano coating bucket, and we see that just a couple days later that these plants have almost tripled in size, and we have flowers coming off of 3 nodes. I was very excited to see my flowers. Here's a close-up picture of the flowering, and this is at day 34. And like I said, very excited about the flowering. This is a first for me. I had a fondness in my heart for agriculture. Been involved with it for over 30 years, and so this was this kind of made me jump up and down. I was pretty excited about this because this opens up all kinds of new doors for the world. Now here's the new ag system that I had been working on out in my building, getting it built and getting it set up properly so we could have a proper demonstration. It just took me a while to do it as I'm by myself. And as you can see, In the first picture on the right here at the top right corner, we've got the bucket and the control plants and the continuous drip feed system all set up and going with the water filtration device at the top left corner there. You can see that the water comes up through the green tube and it goes into the copper and it goes through the structure and it comes back down and it comes back up and comes through where Rena was going with his pointer through the copper coated CO2 GANS filled energizing water tube, and that feeds the plants. As you can see, it's connected to a smaller, by a reduction of fittings, is connected to a smaller tube that is connected to a manifold tube there on the tray that feeds each plant individually a continuous amount. They all each receive the same amount of water. And as to not put any filtration devices that we buy from a store that would, such as charcoal or anything like that, I made my own filters so somebody couldn't say, well, he's put something in there that's done this. So I used just a aquarium fishnet filter, as you can see where the reservoir drains back down in from the tank and the water goes through the net. There's 13 inches of water, or 13 inches of fall from the drain line to the reservoir tank. So there's more than enough adequate aeration. There's no need for an air device to keep water, to keep air in the water. This screen works really well, as I have seen. It picks up minute contaminants that go through and don't get caught, and this catches them. And I empty it about every 3 or 4 days for any debris that gets in there. So there's no artificial filters in there at all. It's only nano-coated structure. And here's a graph of the specimens of A, which would be the soil, and compared to B and C, which would be the CO2 GANS in the drip feed systems in the bucket systems. And you can see the increase in growth compared to the soil. And to be honest, I've actually taken better care of the soil plants because I've seen them, they were not doing as well. So I gave them a little extra tender loving care, and you know, I did everything but add nutrients to them. And they're growing, they're really vibrant, they're really green, but they still, in the latter pictures, they're nowhere near the size of the other plants. This is the height growth chart with the comparisons of all three controlled systems, and as you can see, the difference in this also a notable difference. This is the leaf count, and as you'll see on this, there's a notable difference. The leaf count went up almost every other day with the CO2 GANS plants, and the soil plants, you know, they would grow and then level off, grow and level off, as you can see according to the chart.
Okay, Douglas, we show the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. I'm gonna share a video, another short explanation by Douglas for a run through the whole setup that he made, so you can see it through video.
Hey, it's Douglas, February the 15th, 2016. Explaining my agricultural setup I have here. This is a water filtration device. As you can see, we got copper, brass, black iron, galvanized. Inside the galvanized pipe, there's pictures that show the nano structure out of copper that I made inside the tube here. That's a filter. This goes down, back up
into the CO2 GANS water energizer tube. This is 1/4 inch copper tubing, vinyl tubing, 1/2 inch OD outside. The copper tubing has been nano coated. It's been caustic coated and fire coated. And the vinyl tubing has been caustic coated. There's CO2 GANS inside of it. As you can see, these are the caps to fill a CO2 GANS. It's a water line, and it feeds the drip system. The drip system feeds each plant equally, and I have a device, a valve where I can slow ones down and speed ones up. This is the soil, cantaloupe soil. As you can see, it's a good color. It's healthy, it's vibrant, but compared to the drip feed with no nutrients, just energized water, tap water, mind you, and my tap water is horrible. And this is RO water coming out of my filtered system, and it filters in at 7.013, I think, on the pH, and 5 parts per million. This is the CO2 GANS in the soil. As you can see, compared to the other one in the soil, it is almost 3 times the size. The CO2 GANS requires water about once a week. This one requires water, the regular water requires water every other day. This is a high pressure mist system, and we will, as you can see, it is this was set into motion on the 2nd, transplanted. It went through a few days of shock, and as you can see, in less than 2 weeks, look at the root growth we got here. And inside the bucket, you can see is a series of jets that go around, and it's set on a timer, and it feeds 4 times a day. Now, there is only CO2 GANS in this bucket and distilled water. That's all that's in there. And I put 2 gallons of distilled water. I put 20 milliliters of CO2 GANS in there, straight CO2 GANS to 2 gallons. And you can see it's took off. It's got past the shock. It's growing like a weed now, and roots are phenomenal. We have another tray set up here with another nano-coated structure that we're going to have up and running as soon as these seeds over here germinated. We do have some ginseng that has germinated finally, and we set it out on the 10th of January, so it's been over a month. Ginseng is a real hard plant to get to germinate. I have 5 in the CO2 that have germinated, and only 1, and I'm not sure about the one on the RO water. As for my other seeds, I got beefsteak tomato in RO and CO2 GANS. I've got Marketmore cucumber in water and CO2 GANS, and I've got cayenne pepper in water and CO2 GANS. And you can see the RO water there, the light's getting to it. I broke it open today. They still haven't germinated, which I'm starting to wonder if these aren't some bad seeds. I have had some, like I said, the ginseng has germinated now in the CO2 GANS, and I have had a few of the tomatoes on the RO and CO2 GANS that have germinated. The rest of these seeds have not germinated, and I'm wondering if they're too old. They were in the package from last year, and I thought I would try them. They're not germinating, so I'm going to think that that might be a failure on these right here on these 4. But these 4 here, we're going to get put in. I've got peat moss pellets, and they will go in the pellets tomorrow, or tonight actually, and they'll stay in the pellets until they come up above the soil and start root growth over here in this tray. I'll put them in that float bed right there in that tray, and they will sit there until they get tall enough to transplant, and then I'll transplant them over here to where they'll be drip fed. I'm going to keep the CO2 GANS in the drip feed section. I'll keep the RO and soil over here on this side on the tomatoes. Construction of the Energizer 2 was per the schematic diagram, and this is a small setup here. It's not an elaborate setup, and it's not big enough for a house. As you can see, is low pressure drip feed system. It's not designed for high pressure, even though I do have a pretty strong pump on it. Now the nano-coated structure can be made with a bigger pipe and a bigger vinyl tubing to adequately accommodate household pressure or pressures that exceed 35 to 40 pounds. This here is hard pipe copper, hard pipe brass, hard pipe black iron, hard pipe galvanized with 4 pieces of nano copper inside of this in a spherical design that I call the filter. And this is a nano-coated copper filtration device. And like I said, it circulates the water through the energizer tube. Energizer tube feeds the plants. They drain down through the drain there. And they come through my homemade filter here, which is a fish net. And as you can see, it's falling about 13 inches there. So there's plenty of aeration. There's no need in an air pump. The pump continually feeds 24/7. I've got a small heater in here to keep it above 70 degrees in here. This was a problem this winter, trying to keep this place warm, so I've enclosed it in here on this side of my building so I could keep this warm, because it's a pretty big building out here. So now we've got that problem solved. We can have everything up and running properly like it should be. But this is just an update. Like I said, February 15, 2016. And CO2 copper nano energizer tubes, water filtration device, drip feed irrigation system, soil and CO2 GANTs in controlled environments, and high pressure CO2 GANTs, high pressure spray mist setup with CO2 GANTs. And like I said, we've got some more coming. We'll have this one done here probably in the next day or so. Finish nano coating the inside and outside of it. It's been caustic coated inside. Now I have to nano coat the outside and caustic coat it again and get it set up. And it'll be a drip, also another drip irrigation system that will feed the soil plants over here on this side. Anyway, you guys have a blessed day. And this is the update for February the 15th. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Okay, sir. There's one more thing that we'll present. I think Bernie has his version of the cantaloupe as well. He's gonna be sharing his findings. Can you share, Bernie?
Yeah, sorry, Bernie, can you just give us 1 second, please? Can you please make the blueprint for these available as fast as possible?
The drawings are for the 3D drawings are already available. I'm just putting it in the cloud, and it will be accessible by Vin and Rick as soon as it's already filled.
So if you can add it to the blueprint on agriculture, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay, carry on, please. Now we got Bernie.
Yes.
Hi,
I'll
Bernie,
share my screen. Yeah, I'm doing good, Mr. Cash.
Thanks very much.
I would like to share my plants.
Can you share your screen now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
For those who don't know, Bernie is part of the Cash Foundation Innovation Group, so they do their own test as most of you would do. This is how we work in the natural as the rest. We don't create sophisticated labs to do things that it might look good just because it has to be. This is how it's done, and it's better to see it this way. Exactly what all of us will do in our own place. Carry on, please.
Okay. We all know that we can use CO2 GANs, the water on the CO2 GANs for the plants. So we conducted our own test to verify. and we started the testing December 30, 2015, and concluded January 26, 2016. And the plants are still growing and developing at this time. We have a couple of cantaloupe seedlings for every kind of or type of water. So for, let's say, for example, for tap water, 2 seedlings for that one, and for rainwater, 2 seedlings for that one. And we have 6 different water being used during the testing. I have rainwater, just plain water collected every time when it rains using a plastic container, and a tap water which passing through a regular filtration, and not the reverse osmosis one, only the regular filtration, like a filter, then activated carbon, then another ceramic filter, just enough for human consumption. That is the same water we use as drinking water. Another is rainwater, but this time we put a nano-coated copper inside the bottom of the container. Then the same rainwater treated rainwater, but this time we treat it with GANS water. This rainwater, the treatment for CO2 GANS water here is only one time during the first day of testing. The rest, the water used every day or every time we water the plants, we're only introducing the field of CO2. No additional GANS water directly on the plant. Another water is tap water that is exposed with fields of GANS. We don't add the GANS water, just pass the water around the container where GANS, CO2 GANS is inside. So another one is rainwater treated with a nano-coated copper, the same as this one here, but we add an additional exposure with the fields of CO2 GANS, same as we did with the tap water. So I have here the photographs. They are arranged in this way. The rainwater with nano-coated copper. This is the first. This is day 1. So then here rainwater. Then this column is for tap water. Then rainwater with CO2 GANS water. Only this first day, I have to zoom in here. Only this first day, that is, we add the upper portion of the GANS container, that is water. We let the GANS settle at the bottom. Then we around 1 ml or more. We mix it with a liter of water. Then we water these 2 pots. The rest, no more GANS water, but just the field. Okay. Next, this is the tap water exposed with CO2 GANS field. This last one is rainwater with the nano-coated copper and also exposed with CO2 GANS fields. So we're just using the fields here, and for this one, the water only. No GANS on the soil or on the plants. Just the water. So this is day 1 and this is day 7. I took photographs every day. I just presented here a span of, let's say, every week. If you've noticed on the photographs, there is consistent darker color on this one with rainwater, with CO2 GANS water. Others have similar colors, but this one is different. Okay, on the next page, they are on day 16. We now have an obvious difference, very obvious difference on the growth. The rainwater is left behind here, and even with this nano-coated copper, the tap water grows well, but this one has more leaves than this one. The tap water is behind, a leaf behind than the GANS water. The rest are also doing fine, but it is rainwater with CO2 GANS water that grows a lot faster, and the colors are consistent. If you look the previous page, the colors are darker. I set my camera here to have a consistent, let's say for this day 7, the camera setting is the same. So I don't influence, the camera setting should not influence the color of the leaves. So I have the accurate reading on the capture of the color. So as you can see, there are a lot, the color are not darker here, but this one is very consistent. So in here, you might be tricked that the tap water have larger leaves, but if you look at the pots here, the pots is farther from the camera because I cannot capture the entire plant without zooming out. So if we have this for the tap water, the one with the CO2 GANS water is already ahead with another segment here, while this one still have no segment or extra segment and more leaves here, and the color is very significant here, darker color on this one. Okay, I'll zoom out. So this is a very good comparison among different treatment on water. If we rank all of them, the first that grows faster is the one with CO2 GANS water. Next is this with tap water, and together with this tap water exposed with CO2 GANS fields. Then this one, and then next is rainwater treated with nano-coated copper, and the last one is rainwater only. Okay, at day 40, I've noticed some flowers already. These plants are placed outside at the backyard, just outside our door, so they are exposed outside. However, the sun exposure of the sun on this plant is only for half a day. The area at the back is facing the east. However, it's the placement on the plants. They are beside the wall that at noontime they are no longer exposed directly. They have no direct sunlight exposure for the rest of the day. So it's only in the morning. So there must be a delay. If they are exposed well whole day under the sun, so it is possible we have more growth. But for the test, I keep everything consistent, the placement consistent, and they are distance more than a foot apart. On the 4th day, I see flowers in them. And on the 20th day, we change our parameters, our testing parameters. I treated all of them with tap water treated with fields of CO2 GANS. I don't want the rest or the other plants left behind. I want them to grow together. So on that, because it's already conclusive that the plant treated with the CO2 GANS water is way ahead among the rest. So on the 20th day, I treated all of them with the same water that is exposed with CO2 GANS. In here, the photo on the 23rd day, so I started treating all of them on the 28th day, the same quality water. You will notice if we compare it on day 16, the leaves here becomes darker. All of them becomes darker, while this one is maintaining a much darker because it is already ahead among the rest. So at that day 27, you'll notice colors are much darker compared to day 16, which have no exposure of the same water. So the rest were able to catch up, and at 40th day, I have this flowering. They are flowering already, and they are beautiful flowers. And the other day, that is on February 16, I have this. Almost all of them have these beautiful flowers. Okay, and I have another report from a farmer on the same using CO2 GANS water on December 27 last year, 2015. We conducted a free workshop for the people of Davao City. Davao City is the largest city in terms of land area and is located in the southern part of Mindanao and is surrounded with agricultural lands. The participants, around 50 of them, were able to learn nano coating, GANS production, and application of these materials for health, energy, and agriculture. And on February 13, a farmer who attended the workshop provided us a report that his rice plants are growing better after application of water treated with CO2 GANS fields. This is just fields of CO2 GANS, and the CO2 GANS is inside a plastic, a sealed plastic, the one we use as a CO2 GANS patch for health applications. I suggested that at that time when we teach them, we share to them about how to make this patch. I told them, you can use this on a pipe or at the exterior, at the end, most part of the pipe where water comes out on your irrigation system, to let water pass through on top of this patch, that it can help improve the water. The farmer did that only 2 weeks ago. So at that time, the rice is already 58 years old when he took this photograph. And for 2 weeks period, he treated the water with GANS fields from the CO2 GANS patch. The farmer was surprised because they have this, the usual growth of rice, the usual height is only 1 meter. The average height is only 1 meter, but this one reaches 110 centimeters or 1.1 meter. So it's much taller, and the color is much greener, darker. Usually rice have this yellowish on some areas, and he compared it to the neighboring rice fields. His rice is different from the rest. And another problem presented to us by the farmer is these black bugs. They call black bugs. The bugs eat the rice leaves, and they use pesticides for this. And I suggested we have to stop using pesticides. We have to try another means of another means of solving this problem. I suggested, how about we talk to these bugs? These are also beings. What if we talk to them? I know, just like we talk to other animals. It's just a thought at that moment. However, the farmer implemented our suggestion, and to his surprise, it is only his farm that is not eaten by these bugs. After that, the rest and the neighboring area, they were eaten by these bugs, and these people use pesticides. And today, while having this agricultural discussion, I come to a realization, other than talking to these other beings like these bugs, maybe the bugs did no longer have this interest eating these plants because of the energy in the area. They don't, because they are already energized, so they don't have this interest anymore in eating these rice plants. So this is very good news for us in the agriculture. And another application that I have experienced is on this tea plant. As you can see on the left side, this tea plant almost lost all of its leaves. I don't know what happened at this tea plant. I was very busy. I just noticed this plant on the side that my wife is taking care of one of his plants. So I sprayed. This happens, I believe, in December. Yes, last year, December, I sprayed CO2 gans water, that's around 1 ml or less of a drop of CO2 gans water to a liter of tap water. So I sprayed it on this plant. Then after 26 days, this what happens. More leaves and shiny leaves on the plant. So it is proof that we have verified that yes, indeed, CO2 gans water or the field from CO2 gans can help our plants. That would be all for my sharing today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie.
Carry on, Renan.
Okay, you're welcome. So I'll have to stop sharing.
Carry on, Renan, please.
Okay, sir. I think that's all for what we have prepared. But the drawings, the detailed drawings that we have, it's ready, and I'm going to communicate with Vince because Vince has already access. So I'll just fill up the data on the cloud, and Vince, we're gonna pick it up just to put it in a proper place. So it will be updated soon, sir. Thank you
very much. Thank you indeed. Okay, Rick, is there anything else for us?
Well, Mr. Kesh, it is getting on here to
It's
on
a
your
green,
5 hours.
it's a blueprint day. We have all the time. Is there anything?
Okay. Well, we can open it up here. I don't think I have anything solid
May
lined
I
up
show
for different.
something?
Okay, who's that?
Hello, I am Mario here from Germany. I'd like to show something.
And it's related to.
No, it's not related. Someone else contacted me, and I think he doesn't really speak English, so he asked me to show it to you. He thinks he created power electricity out of GaNs only, or GaNs or the nano-coated wire, and he has a really short video that I could show.
Yes, let's have a look.
Maybe you know what's happening.
Go ahead,
okay?
show us, please. Yes, please.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
You can see the video. Okay, I'm starting.
Yes.
This is very nice. Thank you very much. We know this. You can run this for weeks, for months. This is something we did in early 2007, 2008. This is the property of it till the container gets saturated with GaNs and then it stops. This is perfect. We have seen this is the nano coating absorption of the energy from its environment. Thank you very much.
Can this be increased if you have like?
No, it usually works with. It depends how many compartments you make it. The bucket is big. If you put 20 of these buckets next to each other, you can run motors. We've done that. We did that. And we showed it to Elector magazine in 2000 and what do you call it? 8, 9, something in that region. They tested it. In one of the pictures in one of the books where you see I hold the GaNs, where the GaNs paper is, in there you see the compartments. We run the motors with it. You can put the connections in parallel and series, and you can collect. But once the water gets saturated with GaNs, then the power slowly dies down. I've run this for months, and as I said it before, it's beautiful to see it. It brings back a lot of good memories. But after, depending on the load you use, then it disappears. I used to send a message to by email every day. I've been enlightened to keep the track of. And we never found out that what we sent to be enlightened was of use for us. It was sent to the red circle. And so they knew we are in the right track. So I've seen this.
There's one other thing he asked, and he's working with flints, you know, the rocks you make a fire with.
Yeah.
He's collected lots of them, and he asked if they could be used for something.
I don't know. Let him use it.
Okay, yeah. I told you. He's testing it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else to share?
Mr. Keshe from Argentina.
Yes, can you speak louder, please?
Yes, I'd like to share some knowledge about Victor Schauberger about waters. The water, when you put it in high pressure in tubes, it dies, it kills the water. And in rear osmosis filters, you got high pressure and you take all the nutrients out of it. So that water doesn't give any nutrients to the soil. And as for the tools and the pipes, you should use copper pipes and not steel pipes, and tools also. If you use steel tools and plows, it is a negative catalyst for the soil and the plants. You've got to use copper tools or bronze.
I never heard that before. Thank you for your knowledge.
Yes, Victor Schauberger was a very deep in studying all to do with waters.
They've just for your information, Mr. Kesh, they've done scientific tests on that apparently, and they replaced the steel plows with like bronze at one point and had much better results. The iron gets in the soil somehow and depletes the soil and makes it turn into dust more readily rather than holding together as a soil.
Yes. Still makes these tools in Germany.
Yeah, but the point is, maybe let's look at it the other way. Now we understand the science a little bit more. Maybe when we use copper plows or bronze plows which carry copper in them or whatever, maybe every time we put them in, drops of GaNs of copper with the salt inside creates GaNs.
That could be it, yes.
That could be it.
I think so.
The reason we see this. Now we have unraveled the secret of creation and how life goes. It's very easy if you think only in one way of the way the agriculture or whatever life works. We can unravel a lot of what has been we couldn't understand, because a land contains salt, and every time you plow it, you create a very faint nano coating with whatever is in the ash or whatever in the ground. And as you do it on regular basis, you keep on leaving a little bit of traces of the GaNs in the water or in the soil.
The same as it with the water, in the pipe, if you put marbles into the pipe where the water circulates, it creates vortexes, and that livens the water up. It gives it life.
Yeah, but let's explain it. What happens when you have a vortex condition, anywhere vortex? You amalgamate the energies, free energies, or the plasmatic fields of the water into one point, into concentrating in certain atomic or plasmatic condition. This we know. This, you see this as we have tornadoes, and we have vortexes in our tornadoes. In a space we get the same thing, and usually at a point end of these tornadoes in the galaxies or in the biggest star formations, we see them to be connected to the center of energy.
Yes, 0 point energies, as they call it.
It's not zero. There is never zero. This is the seed. That's where all the energy is. There is nothing zero. It's actually full of everything. This
Yes,
zero point energy
call
is
it
become another word for black hole, which is actually totally wrong.
yes, but I interpret 0 point as the zero of the coordinates.
Yeah, but we call it the center point, the end and the principal point of it, because then it has a meaning. People, when you say zero is nothing there or whatever as coordinates, it's a point of a start, and a point of a start usually is the most powerful part of any structure, because that's most of the energy is deposited. Thank you very much for the knowledge. Thank you indeed.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Anything else we have? Or we call it a day?
Yes, maybe we can just quickly run through a couple of things here, Mr. Kesh. There's we have this item here.
Can I ask while you're on this online, Vince, are you there, please? Yeah, Vince, can you put the Keshe Foundation, the Dubai is immediately under the banner line, should be right in big page. We have officials which are on the site today, and the government. They want to look at the banner. They most probably want to attend the meeting of Dubai. Take it off the revolving. Let it be on the revolving banner. But just bring it underneath where you put the interview with the lady. That can. Yeah, do it urgent, because we know they are there. We have officials and a couple of world leaders on the line today because of the activities we are involved in, and it shouldn't be there. Just put something there, bring the same banner down, and then we can carry on. We are working very hard for promotion of the Keshe Foundation meeting on 21st in Dubai, and we've been noted by world leaders. We know what's going on, and in so many ways, a number or a delegate from the governments will attend the meeting, and this we need that urgent, please. Thanks very much. Carry on, please.
Okay, we have a person from China, I believe. I'm not sure who it actually is. They don't leave their name, only sorry, it's Lion Zhang from China, and he asks, I want to make an energy cup, is it right? And he shows.
Why not? You can do it, why not?
Okay.
Just do everything else in different layers of it, tap on it, why not? There is no way we can see, the knowledge is so vast, and applications, we come up with what we think. People in the time of disaster will make anything like this to survive, and they'll find out they'll survive. We have one of our Keshe Foundation followers, he listens most probably today. He was with us when there was a disaster. He lives or lived off just a cup of black water. This is the way we know it works. We know people use it. But remember, just because you had a cup of life, you drank the water now, it has to give energy for the rest of your life. Your body consumes energy, so you have to keep on continuously drinking from it as you eat. And you have to, that process allows you to recycle the energy inside your body.
I know Douglas had an amazing story that he gave in the online teachings about his adventure with a cup of life that radically changed his life and those around him too, because it changed him. So it's
does he want to explain to us? Douglas, better come back.
No. Sorry, Doug.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Involved there, but
pardon?
Hi, Douglas.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kesh.
Explain to us, what has cup of life done to you?
Well, as a few of you know, in 2007, I was struck down with a debilitating injury in my lower back. My spine was fused at the L5 and S1 vertebrae with 5 titanium rods, which has rendered me basically useless as a man, being able to work or provide for my family, which has brought about financial hardships and everything else that followed along with it. Anxiety, depression, weight gain, you name it, and I went down that road and have been going down that road since 2007. Since Mr. Kesh introduced this technology in October, I've been adamantly researching and experimenting. And when the Cup of Life came out, you know, I got me a cup and made me a cup and out of a two-walled cup, and took it apart and put a nano-coated copper plate around the inner wall, and filled it with some really good high-quality CO2 GANs and distilled water, and sealed the cup back up. And the first 2 days I drank from the cup, I was so energized that I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do with all the energy. And from that point forward, it's been a progression that's a fairy tale. I mean, really, I had a doctor's visit today. I don't eat but once a month or once a day now. I go about 18 hours a day, full of energy. I don't eat very much at all. My wife's sitting right here. She can confirm this. At the doctor today, after visits since October, since the introduction of the KESH technology, I have stayed at a constant 164. Today I was 165.3, which showing there is absolutely no weight loss. My hair is becoming darker. I've lost some of the gray in my hair. My skin tone around my arms is becoming tighter. I joked with the students today, you know, to the point where, you know, the cup is giving me the impression that I'm getting younger, which I laughed about, but really it kind of is in a way. It makes me feel younger. It makes me feel emotionally better. It has brought peace to my family. There is nowhere near the amount of animosity that goes on in my family anymore. You know, we're not in a state of constant fear of worrying about this bill or that bill. You know, I'm able to get out and do things with my family now. I go to the store and be able to make it through the store for longer than 15 minutes without having to sit down. You know, so this has brought a more productive part to my life. It's made me more interactive with my children. I'm able to get out and push my son around the yard now on his little three-wheeler. And my girls, I'm able to do things with. And, you know, I was told never to chop wood again. And I have been experimenting against the doctor's recommendations because I trust Mr. KESH far more than I do any doctor. And I have been busting wood for a month now, continuously about every other day, because I burn wood here as an alternative source of heat. And I've not had any issues at all. Now, am I completely pain-free? No, absolutely not. But is the pain subsided to where I'm having a better quality of life? Absolutely. This is the most amazing thing that has ever happened in my life. I was overwhelmed with the GANs from the beginning. I fell in love with the GANs. There's something special about the GANs, and it touched me in my heart. And I have followed my heart with working everything that I do involving the GANs. And I love my cup. My father has wanting a cup. He's 66 years old, and I let him experience a little bit of CO2 GANs, and he was amazed at the amount of energy that he had. He said that you know, he walks every morning with senior citizens at a local place, and he has to sit down about every 20 minutes and rest. And when he had the CO2 GANs, he was his friends were asking him how come he was able to had all that energy and he didn't have to sit down. And he didn't want to tell anybody. He was kind of afraid to tell anybody that I had given him something because he didn't really know what it was and he didn't understand it. But since you know, my visit, I've come back home. He's reminded me 3 times on the phone, you know, please send him one of these cups. That he can't wait for his cup to get in the mail. You know, and I've got 12 new cups I'm making right now to pass out to different people in that are in my life, whether friends or family that have emotional problems or problems that, you know, are not exactly right in their life. The way I look at it and the way I can understand it is the cup makes things right. As I explained to my students today, I was a coffee drinker and I was a cigarette smoker. The cup has I call it a judging effect. You know, it tells me when things that I put in my body are not good for me, and it does so by some kind of communication that is hard for me to explain. But I knew the cigarettes were causing me problems, and the cup was informing me of that. And after being years of smoking, you know, a regular hard smoker. I've not touched a cigarette in 30 days. You know, witnesses for that too. I was an avid coffee drinker, you know, 3-4 pots a day. About a week ago, the cup was telling me, you know, I can't drink the coffee anymore. So it was causing an interaction. The cup is correct, as Mr. Kesh likes to use that word. I'm using his phrase. The cup is correct, and I put something in my body that's not correct. So the cup informs me of it. I quit drinking coffee. I no longer have that reaction. So when I put things in my body that I know aren't good for me, and I know it myself, the cup also communicates with me that they're not good for me. So the cup has some very special benefits to it that are sometimes really hard for me to explain because I'm a layman, you know, in this kind of technology. It's absolutely amazing. And I've said it time and time again, I owe Mr. Kesh my life because he has given my life to me back. And my family is also very grateful, my wife including, and my children, and my father is very grateful to Mr. Kesh because he has seen me go through some really hard times in the last 2 years especially. And no, the cup does not communicate with me verbally. No, absolutely not. It's a reaction that I get in my body. I call it a hypersensitivity action. My body becomes acutely aware of something almost immediately after ingesting it if it's not right. Like I've almost quit eating meat. I still consume a little, but it's just there's something about it, you know, that it's a feeling, and it's a hypersensitivity. It makes my body feel different. When I eat vegetables, I don't have that effect. When I drink water, I don't have that effect. It's only when I drink a soda, I have that effect. So it's the things that I put into my body that we know aren't good for us that is causing that reaction to occur from the cup. So I adhere to the cup. I drink from the cup all day long. I fill it up once at night before I go to bed. I place an apple on the top of it because I like the taste of the apple. It draws it into the cup. The smell is absolutely phenomenal. I can't even explain how a cup could do that. The taste, after 4 hours, you get a hint. After 12 hours, you get the whole taste of the apple, but no sweetness. At 24 hours of letting it sit with the apple on top of it, it is an amazing taste, like apple cider without any sugar at all. And the smell is phenomenal. So it kind of becomes intriguing to put different fruits on there to get the different tastes from the fruits. And knowing that I'm also getting the nutrients from the fruit because the field forces are drawing from the fruit into the cup. As Mr. Kesh has explained before. So, you know, this is proof again. You know, these are two things in my life that involving Mr. Kesh's technology that I've experienced for myself and witnesses around. And I've experimented with people on my cup. You know, we've experimented. A friend of mine has a, no, actually not a friend of mine. A friend of my wife's has a problem with medication. So I let her drink from the cup, and she didn't have to have no medication for a whole day. Said she went home, cleaned her house, said she'd felt better than she'd felt in years, and could I make her a cup? So I've done 3 independent tests on this, and they've all confirmed the same results. So that's why I went ahead and purchased what I could at the local place, all the cups that they had, so I could put into production these cups and get them out to people that would really benefit from them. And that would be the poor and the needy and the people that can't make these cups or don't have the access to make them or the financial means to make the cups.
People are asking, how do you make the cups?
Yes, sir. Sure. No problem at all. The cup is a double-wall cup that you can pick up at any dollar store that we have here in the States, and I'm sure you have them around the world. And they're $1 a cup. They're a double-walled cup. Do
you want to show it? Show it there.
Yeah, I sure can. Yeah, I sure can if you'd like me to.
If we have time, Mr. Kesh, for this part.
You need me to share screen, Rick?
Yeah.
Yep. You should be able to there now, I think.
Okay, which screen do I share? Desktop?
Well, try not to share.
There we go. There we go. I got it. Yeah, I
he's
know.
got it. He's learning fast here. He's on the fast path.
Yes, sir. Put that a little bit out of everybody's way there. Maybe it won't affect too many people. There we go. Okay, now this is my cup right here that I drink from every, and I've got a cup here that we'll go through how to make real fast. This is my instructional cup. As you can see, my apple's on top of it. It's fire coated caustic with CO2 GANs and distilled water. And this is, wow, I can't say enough about the cup. Now the process in making the cup, you need a double wall cup. Okay. You have a clear double wall cup you can get at any dollar store. They're usually $1. I heat up a razor blade to go along the seams. That way you won't crack or bust the cup, and it comes apart really easy, and you make a nice seam. You don't have a jagged seam there. You separate the cup. Then you can take a piece of paper like so and wrap around the cup till you get the conical shape of the cup, and then use a pair of scissors and cut it out. And then you've got a diagram which you can lay on top of a sheet of copper, and then you lay it on the sheet of copper, and the diagram will come out looking like this, in this kind of fashion here. Now when you heat the copper, it re-anneals the copper. It makes it like putty. You can bend it real easy and you won't kink it. You can't do this without annealing the copper, and that means getting it hot to the rainbow color. As you can see, it's rainbow color. Then you can wrap the copper around the cup like so. All right, now once you've got your form and you've got it good in form, you got it the way you want it, nice and snug, then you can continue with the fire coating process. And what I did was I fire coated this, and then I caustic coated mine 5 times in a 16 coating. And then I placed it back on the cup. I inserted it with my GANs, and I put 20 milliliters of concentrated CO2 GANs in here. And as you push the cup down, the GANs will rise. So you have to do this a couple times to get the water level up to where you want it to mix with the GANs. So you add water and you push down on the cup until it comes up, and then you add water until you get it to where you want it, and then you push down, and I seal with a rubber cement, and then allow a weight to sit on it upside down like this, with a weight sitting on top of it, which I use my big family Bible sitting on top of the cup, and I leave it set for 24 hours, and then the cup is sealed and it's ready to start putting water in. Now I've done tests with the meter on the cup. This cup with just the fire coating on will raise the pH up, but it takes 4 hours. With the caustic and the fire coating, the pH raises up in 1 hour. 1 hour exactly. It jumps up dramatically. It'll take RO water, which has nothing in it, which the guy said a while ago, reverse osmosis water has no nutrients in it at all. No parts per million, no undissolved solids. And it usually comes out of the RO at about 7, neutral. This will raise the pH up in the RO water to almost 8 in an hour, and raises the parts per million and the undissolved solids. I fire coat first, yes, and then I caustic coat. Yes, I fire coat to get the structure formed the way that I want it, so the metal's malleable and soft, and I can form it in any fashion that I need to. And then when I'm done with the final forming of the cup, then I caustic coat it. And I do it, like I said, I did mine 5 times in a steam caustic, and that has worked for me. And Mr. Kesh, I can't tell you how many times I'll say it for the rest of my life. Thank you, because you have given me my life back, and you have given me my family back. And that's something that I had thought was lost for good. I really did.
Douglas, I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for sharing all your knowledge with me. I'm just a poor old country boy, and this is my life. I'm at a loss for words, and just all from my heart. And there's nothing I wouldn't do for Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for offering that, Douglas. It takes a lot to be able to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I thank you for being there and bringing us a lot of joy. You said a lot of things which it was just sitting and going like what we call deja vu. We have seen people by using the cups losing the appetite for smoking. It's just that it's not the body, it just changes because you use it. It changes because it uses CO2, and if you mix some zinc GaNs into it as well on top, it brings you a lot of fast emotional comfort. So not only add the CO2, add the zinc oxide, the GaNs into it. We've seen people who've been addicted to cocaine within the first 3 days. They just go vomiting if they even come near cocaine. Using the same kind of technology. We've seen people who've been paralyzed drinking and using the cup after 27 years walking off the wheelchair. The process is very simple. The system, when you drink it, it gives you what is lacking in emotion and in what we call understanding of the emotion, which connects to the zinc and to the copper. In a way, your CO2 is not a pure CO2. When you produce it, there is some what we call it, zinc oxide in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you, in a way, we look at the energy, just we need to eat to have energy. Our emotion needs energy too. So with this cup, because of the way it's constructed with the zinc and CO2, you both with the nano coating of the copper, you feed the soul the emotion, you feed with the copper the neural system, which is the muscle tissues, and with the GaNs you feed with the GaNs of the zinc, you feed your inner emotion, which is totally 3 different things. So you feed what has been missing, and now that's why you feel better. We've seen this many years. And it's nice to see how simply you have made it. A layman can do it. And when you said your father can do these things, we've seen this many times. We've seen people in bed, people who could not walk more than 200 to 100 meters, they do 10 kilometers. If people who see this, these things do happen because the material in the cups is made of the material in your body. So when you transfer the plasmatic energy of it into your body, it's already absorbed the minute you touch your mouth. And a lot of time, I have said this to a lot of our people, is that with drinking these waters, you actually, the minute the energy touches your lips, energy is transferred. The water is just a converter. If you use even anything else will do the same. But one thing more you can do with what you have, make a cup lid for it. Make a hole in the lid and put a straw in it and breathe it. That feeds your lung, yes. So you need to breathe from it. Not the water, but you suck the air, but you have to make the airflow very, very slow, that the conversion takes place. This, it does, we've seen it, I have made it, I used to make 3 cups and then 2 cups. And more or less, it was a combination of what you see in different levels. If you add the fat, the amino acid on top of your container, you'll find out you hardly need to eat. So, because now you receive the protein level. This is what we were teaching for the time of disaster. People who you do not have food to eat, these cups, these kind of things is the only way to receive protein energy. When we say protein, an apple is a protein-based, cauliflower is a protein-based, wheat is 80% protein, and all sorts of things. We don't need meat only. Anything we eat is amino acid based. So in the time of disaster or in the time of even hunger, If you add the CO2, the copper you put in there, and then you put the zinc oxide, CH3, and the amino acid, you never need to eat. This is the beauty with it, and that's what the cups are there. We are testing these cups, as I said here, with another person, which I brought it with me. Armo made it, and you can do the same. If you made it the pen, if you add the CH3, if you add some of the fat which you connected, and seal the pen, put the pen in the water, it gives you the same energy. You don't need to make a cup. You can feed yourself and do the same thing. Just leave it like a what they call a spoon in the water, and you receive all the energy from it. But you have to understand what you do and how you do it. And we launch the pen pens from tomorrow. These pen pens, you can use them for anything, even feeding yourself, not even just putting it aside when you have a pain. You can drink it. It gives you the same kind of energy as a pain relief. You don't need to buy aspirin, because in some pains you cannot put a pen on. Just put a pen in the water, the pain pens which is made in the water, and drink the water. You get the same reaction. Yes, you can mix the gases. This is the opportunity. You can do a lot of things. One of the things, if you can find clean reservoirs, natural water reservoirs, like in north of England, you can do in Lake District area. If you make a gas from these kind of things where there is not much pollution, these are one of the best gases to use because it's naturally balanced. If you have any deficiencies in short of an element in your body, if you use the caustic of sulfur, if you can make some very slight amount of it, when you drink it, and just add 1 drop in the whole pack, this will allow the energy to be balanced in your body, even especially people who have a problem with the thyroid gland. It receives the energy that you'll find out it balances thyroid gland. Very small amount of sulfur. You find even your nail changes, your habit changes, your posture changes, because phosphor in our I was teaching this to I think to the people in Philippines when we were in the hospital. Phosphor you need it because sulfur you need it because in our body is the regenerator of the balancing of the change. If you can make a gans of it, you can do it very little amount, not much, and maybe 1 drop in the whole cup is more than enough. And you find out the body will start transferring its own minerals to the right way, and you will achieve what you need. Yes, sulfur in the cancer state. And on the other hand, if you've got a problem with hemoglobin, or you have a problem with red blood cell counts, if you have a diseases like the blood cancer, add a small amount, very small amount. Put the when you make the CO2, I was teaching yesterday in the private teachings. Put the CO2, put a small nail, metal nail into, or very just touching the GANs, then protein GANs on top of the container, that it becomes red drops. Pick those red drops up. This is the blood hemoglobin, and you can put it in a cup the same way as you shown it, and then you find out you can overcome blood cancer very rapidly, because the body picks up the energy which is needed for blood. These are pure bloods. It doesn't matter your type A, B, or whatever you are. These are the things that we start opening up, and people are trying, and it can repair back to us. There are different ways. I have used this for nearly 15 years. All the systems built, and we've seen results for it, is built in that way, but using magnets and hiding the nanomaterials in it and the gas materials in it. Now because when you do it the way you do it, I used to do it with a magnet, you dictate a lot of positioning. Here you don't have any condition for positioning. All the elements of the body receives if they don't need. But when you have a problem, a cup, the way you have it, if you can put it in like a circles and stick it in certain positions, you can dictate where you want the energy. You want it in the liver, you want it in the thing. Turn your cup upside down, the cup you have in your hand, turn it upside down, please. Douglas, can you hear me?
Can you
Yes,
put
sir.
turn the cup upside down, Douglas?
Turn your cup upside down. The one you just showed us.
I can turn the other one that I've got made upside down.
Okay. The top end, because all the energy goes and accumulates at the bottom, the top end is your head. If you put a line, I've shown this in some of the private teachings in the knowledge seekers in the first or second term, when we were in Loom. If you divide this into 3 pieces, divide it, now don't shake it, doesn't matter. If you go from the top where it is now to the where you drink from, the top end, the 1/3 top, is the position of your brain and your head. The middle part is no, turn it upside down, yeah. Divide this in just about equal from the top to bottom. You take the top end, let me go on my screen. You come off, I show you in my teaching. I'll go back on can you stop sharing please, Douglas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I'll show you in teachings, then you know when you make these cups, how you can overcome a lot of problems. Can you see my
no, we see the desktop. Now we see it, yep.
You see it, okay. This is your cup. What you do, you divide your cup in 3 levels. And this is where you drink from, This is the open end, this side. This side here, this is your head. This side is your lung and heart. And this side is your stomach and legs. Here, in certain parts, is your arms. And here in the end is your legs. So your head is up here. You can create patches. You know the way you use patches, and you put on your body the Gans patches. You can make a small Gans patches and then dictate which part of the head, brain you want. And then you decide where you want to affect, if it's the liver or a kidney, or is it just above the liver you want to do it, or you want to do the wrong left or right lung? Do you want to operate within within the heart? Here in these sides, just above, is important for liver and kidney, even though the liver and kidney just sit on this arm. Because then what you have to do, you put your livers and kidneys and everything else, if it is the womb or prostate problem, here. And then you turn the cup upside down. In a way, if I can do it, I don't know if I can turn my picture. When it turns upside down, when you drink from it, most of the energy is this part. You don't need that much energy here. And then, as you drink the cup, you put your straws where your illness is. If you have a problem with your lungs, you always drink from here. You start. And the water, as it comes down, it changes the information. If you, it doesn't matter how I can turn my page, I don't know. I don't see turning. So
I think you can, Mr. Kesh, with the tools there. You'd have to select your whole image, and then there's a rotate function there, it looks like.
It says rotate there on the top left.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Under image.
Next to the select, there's a
yeah. Rotate 180. Okay, but I'm rotated too far out now. Okay, so now we are right. So what you do, you put your cup, your straw here. You want to do with your heart. Depends if it's your right lung or left lung. If it is, you're dealing with the right or left hemisphere of the body. And then you treat your cup like your own body, and you can drink from where you have the pain, but you keep on drinking and going down because the nerve information goes to the brain. A lot of times when you have emotional problem, I ask the people to drink from the bottom directly. And then you close the top and you breathe from the same. And depends where your problem is, you breathe from that. So the cup, Yeshua has always said, when you, I showed you, I opened the cup in one of the private teachings in the foundation. And I always said that if you can control the head, which is this part, you don't really need the body. You can carry a man in a space just using his brain, because wherever you go, then through the structure of emotion and the physicality, you can create the body according to the environment you arrive in. And I heard a very funny thing that somebody told the people in the red circle he wants to behead people like they do in Syria. He's a terrorist. This shows how terrorist these people. This brought this memory back, that these guys were not, when they did this, Mr. Red Circle has got 3 of these cups. That's why he can write so much. He was paralyzed in the left hand. Just using these cups, I fed my own enemy with my own technology. And every time he drank it, every time he pressed a button, he said, "Thank you, Kesh, for giving me life back." And now this is how it works.
Mr. Kesh, you showed it initially with magnets. Is there any other way other than patches?
Yes, you can do it with magnets, but if you can do magnets, magnets are usually used circular magnets. You have, the way I always done, nobody sees, I embed the GANs inside it. When you glue it, you put a patch on, and then you use hot glue, which is I use, and then it's the same thing. But the patches are not, this way you can control the direction. Why I use magnets is because I can control direction, because you got to understand a magnet has both north and south. If I have a body, a cup, and I want to increase the energy, let's say you have a cancer. You have a cancer in your right lung, okay? Cancer means extra energy. What do I need to do? I need to take the energy, not give energy to increase it. So what do you do? Taking energy means you have to face 2 south poles, because the energy comes out, it goes into the south pole. So you put your magnets, you put your GANs in the center, and you place it here. But I need to take energy from it. So here is my south pole, this is my north face. And then you do the same here. You put a south pole and into north pole. So if you can correctly diagnose it in the right place, these 2 will drain energy from this. So you see the reduction in cancer. If you suffer from, I'm going to put a save on this, it's new, save, oh, I said don't save, it's gone, doesn't matter. If I can go backwards, no I can't. So let's say if you have fibromyalgia, you need energy. What is the energy? Energy means, first of all, you have to feed your psychological, and then mainly you have pains everywhere. So adding 2, it means to feed it. This is the brain in 2 halves of it, and then you put your north on this side, because north is where the energy goes out, and south when it is there. And you put the GANs of zinc and CO2 only, and then you want to do the same thing with here. And then you want to, for example, is the arm which is paralyzed. So you want to feed the arm, you don't want to go anywhere else. You feed this here, and then you put a unit here on the same way. You can specifically target each area of the body. That's why you see when I make cups that in different sizes and shapes, I decide with the strength of the magnet, with the scans I put in, if I want to target. If I want to target very direct, I use a very small magnet. When I want to cover a big area, I use a big magnet. And when I want to literally hammer something, I use a solid disc magnet. If there is a genetic defect, you use a rectangular magnet. Very, very rarely used. You have to know what you're using it for, because now you transfer copy to copy. This is a very specific, takes a long time to understand it. Then you can direct, you transfer energy up here, and you build it to come to the brain. So you follow, you use rectangular magnets on the side, and then it takes shape. You go from one side of the brain to the side you want to go, so you make direction in your what do you call it, in your cup. and you follow it if it's emotional, because it's got the with the GANs inside it. This is a technique I've used for years, and that's why we see, and now you can do it. You know how what the GANs is and how I use it. But magnets directionalize it. You focus it, like bullet it. Very big magnets you use with a big hole. If you use a very big solid magnets, you want to cover a whole stomach, you can't put so many. You use 2 very big magnets and you put your GANs underneath and you pressurize it. Those of who are in Germany who write to keep on writing to the other guys in Belgium to do this and to do that, he's doing that. Send this to them and say the cups you cut in what do you call it, in SCK Nuclear Center, finding nuclear material, this, now the knowledge is open. I hope when you get a cancer you remember where you can come, we still help you. So you understand this. This is why they try to kill us, in finding how to reverse cancer so easily. And they paid a lot of millions to the people who planned our killing in the towers of the Antwerp. And they still, we gave them a hand, and they used the hand to write all this rubbish on the internet. They are spies, they paid, they even sell their own children. Okay, you brought a lot of memories back, but now you understand what these cups are. This is the cup you have, understand what you're doing. Now when you put your copper like this around it with the bottom open, this is what you have created. It's here. I'm gonna put a pen on it. Here at the bottom, you don't have the, I made a mistake here, sorry. Let me show you what it is. Here at the bottom, you haven't got the copper coating. Your copper you showed us is here. And then at the bottom here, you have created GANs here. Hey boy. Your GAN sits here. I need a thicker one. And that goes here. Your GAN sits here. So when you push it down, it's not so much that the GANs goes up. You already have introduced the energy of the GANs from the bottom. By the GANs going up on the sides, you bring it more balanced fields. But in fact, here is more powerful at the bottom. But when you mix other things in it, if you can sectionalize it, you can feed the arm, the leg, and whatever you need. Or use patches on it, and you can do the same. Any other thing?
Mr. Keshe, I'd just like to briefly show you the one of the question on using the logos on the cup. It might be appropriate now, so I'll just do a screen share of that.
I've withdrawn. You can go ahead.
Here, this is from Lion Zhang, I think. He's making his health cups and giving them out for free, and he wants to know if he can use the 2 logos on the cup. That would be the KFSSI logos.
We've seen only Chinese are doing this, and I've seen in Philippines being used. Unless you don't receive a permission from us, do not do it, because there are a lot of things happening in a coming time that we would explain to you why not. And you send the thing to us, we give you a certification as a right, which you can use it. If you're giving it free, we give it to you free too, because it's yours, it's not ours. We're just protecting. We've seen other people who set up selling things on the internet, especially in China, and people are saying if you donate, we give you this, but all the donation goes. We've seen an act in Switzerland, people selling the power units at a very high price through their own bank account. Your agents, your distributors, you can do it. But soon we give all the distributors, anybody who gives units free, what do you call it, the permission to do it, that we protect. Those are who fake will be shown very quick, because you'll be carrying a barcode, a specific number that it shows is you, and we can track where it comes from. There are reasons for it, because we've seen people especially going out to do deliberate damage, and we have to stop it to safeguard the Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide. In a short time coming, we will be in China, hopefully, and we stay there like once we establish the Dubai here. And we stay in China till we raise the Keshe Foundation China to where it should be. And then we'll see where we're going to go and how we carry on with the things. But we thank the Chinese community for their huge support, especially people in the centers who are doing the teachings freely to the public.
Okay, I know we want to wrap things up here, Mr. Keshe. There was the video about the winding of coils, but maybe we could put that. That's about 5 minutes from JF, but we probably want to describe that in more detail. Should we put that forward to Tuesday or something?
I don't know. Oh yes, we need that today. Yes, just give
Okay.
it 10 minutes.
Okay. So you want to see the video? There's also a
Yes.
couple of PDFs about the details of it, but we can show the video.
Yeah, we can do it. Let us know because we have international listeners. From today, more or less, I think if Vince can put it in the shop, you can buy a winding machine which does the nano coating at the same time, computerized, built by support of the Keshe Foundation partial financing by Jeff DuPont, which we agreed a 50% holding by the Keshe Foundation. And this machine is in the market. It takes, I think it can only make about a couple of them a week. All the weight and size and measurements is in the hand of Vince, I think by now it should be, and the video, where you can produce any size, any shape. You can program your own winding machine and nano coating, so you don't have to worry how to wind or whatever. The machine is fully computerized. You can make as many coating as you like. You can make how to coat it. Everything is more or less should be perfect. There'll be some teething problems, but overall is there to support you. This is the machine, the first winding nano coating magnet machine. The one on the left is the winding, and the one on the side you see two nozzles. These are the nano coating systems. Everything is made with the space. You don't need to reopen it to rewind it. The system is designed to meet what we need and what can be done adjusted. It makes about 1 coil of 144 every 40 odd seconds. So it's you decide what you want to make, the gap you want to make. You can make about 120 coils on an 8-hour shift. This is mainly for mass production. So on a 3 shift, you can make about 360 units per unit per machine. And if you want to make 3,000, you need 10 of them, and the price, which means that €7,500 is literally very cheap. This is the computer side of it. It's all been built. It's handmade, and you can see how it does everything. And then when you coil it, then you can see the nano coating is precision. I think it would have been nice if he would have spoken. So you see the tool set is complete. And if you're a manufacturer, you can use Mac 3 with PC or laptop programming. As we said from the beginning, we support everything. Even if you want to buy mass copper, we can still be applied from the Iranian copper industry at the rates which you cannot buy in the market. So we are setting things up for manufacturing as much as everything else. This is for making the capacitors or the coils for the pens. The beauty of it is you can use a car battery to run it in where places there is no electricity. The machine can be, you can use a car battery. Thank you very much, Jeff. It's a beautiful job what you've done. It goes everything for the GANs, when you make your GANs from GANs coating and everything else which is needed to dry it. So you can place your orders, and as we said, there is a production limit of about 2 a week. And so we tell you according when the delivery will be as you order. Is Jeff in the background?
Yeah, I didn't see him there.
I think he's asleep, or he's working late. So you can go. Have you put the sale point on the website for the coil machine wins? Yeah, it's going to be boxed. Export point is Canada. You have to pay for the shipping, and the license, what do you call it, for import taxes is your duty. It'll get shipped by it'll be organized by Ella from Italy, and this is how it's going to be. The next step for us is these are the technical. Stop. It's the box of it. No, go down, please. The other way, please. The other way. It says system dimensions 1000 by 400 by 300, length maximum 800, coils diameter 2 millimeter to 15 millimeter, and everything else is in there. Electrical control, supply 120 to 400 watt. Can run on a car battery, run on a PC, Mac 3 or a CNC control machine program. So you see everything is there, and we are slowly covering all aspects of the technology within the Keshe Foundation, and we promote people who do these kind of things. We made a part finance for this to start, and he's done a beautiful job. When you see this, it's taken him nearly 4 months to make it. And this is what we said, in time, this technology will create more jobs than man could ever imagine. And we're seeing it now. By the way, I have to congratulate the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Italy for what you achieved yesterday. Keshe Foundation Manufacturing, as of yesterday, agreement has been reached. We move into a 6,000 square meter factory in north of Italy. We're changing location. We were expecting it, now it's finalized yesterday. And I'm sure the factory will put out employment list that we would like to employ people with the Keshe Foundation knowledge with nano coating, that when you go into work, you have a job. The job is specifically for Italians. I mention again, the job, this factory work is specifically at the moment for Italians. If you're Italian looking for a job and you are well in nano coating, get in touch with Giovanni in the Keshe Foundation in Italy, italy.it, and He will organize for you to be interviewed by the factory. It's owned, this is the Italian direction, owned 51% by us, and the rest is with the Italian investors and who started the factory with us. We have our managers has taken over early this month. So we're going into a full production, employing large number of people in Italy. I think Germans will follow us very soon. And I'm financing the same for Japan. Keshe Foundation Japan as a manufacturing will come into production very soon. What is important, and we cannot forget, is to thank people who are in the background doing so much so well. I thank the Italian community, and very especially Giovanni and the Italian community in the south of Italy and north of Italy who supported us and support the Keshe Foundation. Please remember, from 1st of March, we open a plug on all the channels, KFSSI, Spaceship Institute, and KesheFoundation.org. On the section of the teaching, you can sign in and register yourself to become a student in Italian and English at minimum donation of €100. We give you options. You think how much this knowledge will worth and you want to be part of it to learn, and you'll be allowed to join the Keshe Foundation teaching directly, not any €1,000 anymore, €100 minimum. Those who cannot afford it can pay that. Those of you who want to have it on the cheap, still you receive the cheap. But as we promised, we bring the technology and teaching and the reach of every man on this planet. We saw in our teaching yesterday, we had a gentleman who loves to do the technology from African nation, who's used the free access to teaching, and now he sits with the students like everybody else, and he can teach his own nation and nationals in the coming time. So, as we promised, we hopefully by the 1st of March or sometimes in March, we'll have 100 donation for the Chinese language teaching too. China.keshefoundation.org will come into operation. That if you're Chinese anywhere in the world, you can make a contribution of €100 or whatever you like, you see appropriate about that, and you can start being a student at Keshe Foundation Institute as a student. And if we go the way we see after the opening on the 21st of and 22nd of April, if we see the situation perfect, we will make and spread a move in respect to the teaching. Teaching still stays open and free to the African nations, and with it we add in certain places like South America and part of India, that access and teaching should be free to these nations, because we are in that position. We leave it on the donation free unless you click I need to be free, I can't afford it. Then you do it on your own trust. We give you option. You want to donate, you want to do it free because I can't afford it. Then you have to be honest with yourself. And we leave it to you to make a donation. So we are keeping to what we said, and we're keeping to our word what we kept, that we will bring the teaching accessible by everyone. And we all have seen today, we are a truly international organization. We heard from Africa in Benjamin. We heard from our friends in the United States. We heard from Mexico, we heard from the Philippines, we heard from Chile, and we heard from Germany and other part of the world. Keshe Foundation has become truly one family, one nation.
Mr. Keshe, maybe we can also hear from Keshe Foundation Australia, who they claim to have a little video here showing the people involved and the new warehouse factory in Melbourne. I thought maybe we could end with that, or we could carry on if you want to.
There is nothing else.
Okay.
Carry on. Show us, and then we say goodbye. We say goodbye to you. We see you at Dubai event, 21st, 22nd of April. We have made arrangement for you to be able to get cheap tickets on your visa through. It doesn't belong to us. It's the agency which will support you to get your visa and your ticket. And as we said, the first 500 stays at €500, and after that goes to €750 plus the food, which is €150, or you want to join the dinner gala at €150. make sure from every nation we have somebody on the floor, because the nation, when we say, is the language. Every language has to be represented, because now we become a nation of languages, not a nation of borders. Thank you very much for being with us, and hopefully after this video you can close with the both promotion video and the last video we usually use. Carry on, please.
Okay, very good, thank you. And we'll just play through this video and then end with the other two. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. This is our Kesh Foundation of Australia. Today we had a first meeting in our warehouse, and it's the 7 of us for now in Melbourne only. We got meetings going on still throughout the whole Australia. Today we had around 11 people, and yeah, it's been going well. And this is Liz Miller.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. It's lovely
Another
to
very
meet you.
active member of the foundation. She was the reason why we have this warehouse, and the warehouse belongs to this gentleman right here, Paraz. And yeah, Liz, would you like to say something else?
Yes. So we're sitting here in a space where we're hoping to set up our headquarters. We're very excited. We have a lot of people here in this country who have a lot of very special skills, a lot of knowledge. They've been studying hard like all of us, and we're ready. We're ready to start, and we're reaching out to you because our applications are coming now. We will send you a cover email as well, just to list all of the names in the leaders group and to explain more about what we plan to do here. But today, for example, we were chatting about all of the different innovations on health pens that we, as a group around Australia, have been experimenting with, and all of our great results. The car units, using GANS patches for just energizing the petrol in the cars, working on our animals as well as humans, of course, with the health applications. It's really coming along nicely, and we are so excited. So we can't wait to begin officially being Kesh Foundation Australia.
Yes. And this is our warehouse. And this is our Kesh Foundation. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Vince, did you have that other video to play? Okay. Okay, we'll do the other intro.
You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. We are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
You're invited to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the Council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The first 500 packages sold will cost €500. All thereafter, €750, which includes one seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in Dubai's prestigious 5-star Alanis Palm Hotel, 2 persons per room. Breakfast on the days of the conference are also included. 2 tea breaks and 1 lunch per day will cost an additional €75 per day. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
And that's the end of the 101st Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And once again, thank you everybody for attending, and thank you to Mr. Keshe, especially for all his hard work and efforts over many years. Okay. And let's not forget Vince either. He's been keeping our backs for a long time here. Thank you, Vince. All right.